are in the chairs, we'll issue warning cards. There's a progression of warning cards. We hate to give zeros out for frames today, but this is the safety of our players. Please keep bowling balls off the tables and chairs, keep them in your bags. Once again, keep pace with play, one pair of courtesy. Once you're done, please turn in your recaps behind lane 47 and 48. Once your lanes come on, we'll compete in 7 games of qualifying for day 3. Good luck and bowl well.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to our continuing live coverage here at the Team USA Trials. Lucas Wiseman here with you again for day 3 of competition at Texas Star Lanes. A look at the bowlers on our featured pair here for game 1 in the men's competition. The women will be on the lanes later today. They bowl on their own squad. TJ Burrell and Chris Bartle, past Junior Team USA members, among the bowlers on this featured pair. That's TJ off to the right there. And starts off with a 7-10 split. I want to welcome everybody this morning. Hope you're having a good day and hope you're ready for a long day of bowling action. We'll probably be here with you until about 5:30 or 6 p.m. local time here in Las Vegas today. So a full day of bowling for you here on Bowl TV. Give you a recap on where we stand in the overall standings here in the men's division as we watch TJ attempt to convert the 7-10 split here, and he does not. Overall standings, Kyle King is leading the field with 10 points. He earned 5 points on day 1 and 5 points on day 2. You earn points based on your finishing position in each day's standings. So Kyle, with a pair of 5th place finishers, he is the leader after 2 days with 10 points. Adam Johnson of Oswego, Illinois, in 2nd place with 14 points. Chris Vi and Roger Petrin, they are tied with 21 or 29 points, but that tie is broken by total pinfall, so Chris has the number 3 position after 2 days. 5th place, Cody Shoemaker with 30 points. 6th is Bradley Miller with 35 points. He had the top position in round number 2, so he got 1 point there, but he was in 34th place after day 1, so a total of 35 points for Miller. Marshall Kent also with 35 points. Again, the tiebreaker is total pinfall. John Trzynski, 8th place, also 35 points. We've got 3 players at 36 points. Cameron Doyle in 9th, Jacob Setchel in 10th, and Andrew Coff in 11th. Those are the overall standings here after 2 rounds. And the way this format works with this points system, you're trying to get as few points as possible. So for example, Kyle King with 10 points in the lead, Adam Johnson with 14. So if Kyle King went first today, first tomorrow, he'd only have 12 points, and there's no way that anybody could beat him. And right now, Kyle and Adam kind of hold their fate in their own hands with a little bit of a cushion between 2nd and 3rd. So it goes 10 points for King, 14 for Johnson, and then next is Vi and Petrin at 29. Yesterday's standings for the day, Bradley Miller was in the top spot, averaging better than 245 a game, 17-18 for 7 games yesterday. Jarrett Mizo Second place, 1693, and Adam Johnson. Third place, 1657. Ivan Miyasato, fourth place, 1640, and Kyle King fifth at 1630. But today, a new day. Yesterday was on the Paris pattern, the long pattern, and today, the short pattern, Stockholm. So a totally different pattern for these players today, as they will take on the shortest pattern of the week at 34 feet. Tomorrow for the final round, Mexico City at 45 feet. Remember, total pinfall only comes into play in this tournament to break a tie in the points. So really, the players have to put everything behind them from the last couple of days. And it's a new tournament today. Every day is a new tournament, basically, and that quest to get as few points as possible. Kyle King was asking me yesterday, well, he wasn't asking me, his friends were asking me what I thought the number of points was going to take to win on the men's side, and Kyle sitting at 10 points. I would think that if he could stay under 20 points, he's got it locked, I would think. Anything in the 20s is a really good score. You know, and it could drop even into the 30s. Could have a winner with points in the 30s potentially. That's definitely very likely. So just have to wait and see. We'll have a really good idea after today. If Kyle King can have one more big day, or Adam Johnson can have one more big day today on this short pattern, as we watch Tyler Vox with the 4-9 conversion, very nice, then they would be in the driver's seat going into the final day. It'd be a huge advantage for them as far as making the team and winning the tournament if they could finish in the top 5 today. Bruns Chad wants to know, Lucas, what do you attribute the huge success that the youth bowlers have been having over the adults? I'll tell you what, these youth bowlers are getting better and better and better every time we have this tournament. And, you know, this isn't the first time we've seen the youth bowlers do well against the adults, because last year we had 2 youth bowlers make Team USA. Scott Boyle and EJ Tackett. They made Team USA and Junior Team USA at this tournament. We also had 2 youth bowlers on the women's side last year make the team, Kim Eulis and Brittany Hamilton. So the influx of youth bowlers is nothing new, but you know, you kind of expect that cycle to happen at some point, where the new up and comers are going to move in and the veterans are going to move out. I mean, it happens in every sport, and maybe that's kind of the transition we're seeing here at this tournament. There's a new crop of the game's best coming up through this tournament. And Dennis makes a good point. There's so many guys in the field. It's so easy to have a bad day as well. Absolutely. With 145 guys in the field, there are a lot of points out there each day. So the whole thing could be shook up if one of those bowlers at the top, you know, finishes 30th, 40th today and gets a whole boatload of points. That shakes everything up and gives those folks at the top a chance. Gives those folks in the top 10, top 15, top 20 still a chance to win the tournament and make the top 3 for the team. Brunch Chad wants to know if they plan on getting rid of the selections of the pros and having everyone bowl the trials. No, I think that would be a bad idea, actually. I like the selections of the pros to make the team because it gives the coaching staff an opportunity to pick half the roster and pick players that they think are going to excel in international competition because the whole point of the Team USA program is to win gold medals in international competition. That's the point. That's what this team is built to do, and that's what the coaching staff's goal is to do, and they have done very well at that. So, when you think about the number one goal of Team USA, it is to win gold medals in international competition, and by having those selections, that's the best way to do it. And the pattern once again today is Stockholm, 34 feet, the shortest of the 4 patterns this week. Day 4 tomorrow, Mexico City at 45 feet. Oh, look at the scoreboard here as we're in the 3rd frame of game number 1. Game 1 of 7. Had some talk last night at dinner, and some folks thought that this pattern might be high scoring today. Looking around so far early on, I see a few strings of strikes, but not nearly as many as we had yesterday. We'll have to wait and see how this pattern breaks down, see if it opens up and allows for some big scores here today. See if we can get Eric Pearson to stop in a little bit later and chat with us about the lane condition. Question in the chat, was that a gutter by Fagan? Yes. He had the front 3 and then just threw it in the gutter off to the left of our featured pair. Again, you're watching our live coverage of the Team USA trials from here at Texas Star Lanes. Lucas Wiseman along with you. They're making a score correction here on a featured pair. It gave Chris Bartle a foul when he really had a strike. So that's been corrected. Question, is there a dress code for the tournament? Yes, there is. You're not allowed to wear jeans, and you must wear collared shirts. Well, not collared shirt, but a competition shirt. Can't come out here wearing a t-shirt and shorts, t-shirt and jeans. That would not be very professional looking, so most of the players look very sharp out there. They have their names on the back of their shirts, or they're wearing USA shirts like TJ is. Name on the back of the shirt, not a requirement, but certainly makes things easier for people like me to watch the players from up here in the stands. JP wants to know how many touring pros are bowling in the tournament. I don't have a firm count. I think there's only 3 on the men's side: Devaney, Fagan, and Bohr. You guys can correct me if I'm mistaken on that, if there's anybody else. Patrick wants to know why they're struggling so much in this tournament. That's a good question. I don't know. I haven't had a chance to talk to either of them, either of the 3 of them. I would guess that they're probably pretty frustrated. They haven't exactly been hanging around the bowling center at the end of the block, if you know what I mean. Look at the scoreboard as we're in the 4th frame here on our featured pair. Different pattern. It is 34 feet, Stockholm, short pattern. Yesterday was the long pattern, and today it's 13 feet shorter is the pattern. Bartle's ball never quite finished, left at 210 there. Bowling is a waste of time once enough guess. Gasson is lofting the left gutter yet. Not quite yet, I don't think. He did yesterday a little bit at the end of the block. I heard a thud and I looked over. Of course, it was Matt Gasson trying to loft the gutter. See if Chris can make a run at this. Nope, does not convert the split. Oof, pocket 4-9 there for TJ. JP wants to know on this condition, would you use a less RG ball drilled weekly to play the track? I don't think I've ever bowled on this pattern before, so I'm not sure what I would use. But Deandra and I were talking last night about this, what she was going to do today, and I kind of feel the same way. You can use a really aggressive ball on a short pattern like this and just kind of let it use some of its energy early on, and then it'll be nice and smooth at the back. And I think that's what Deandra's going to do today. So hopefully we'll see Deandra and see if that's what she's doing a little bit later on this afternoon. Hard to tell what ball Bartle's throwing. It looks like it might be a virtual gravity nano. I'm not sure. It's kind of orange and blue. Three-year champ wants to know what time we're giving away the prize pack tomorrow. I haven't decided yet. So make sure you tune in the afternoon. Sometime tomorrow afternoon, we'll give away that USBC prize pack. It's going to go to a random subscriber on our YouTube channel here. If you want to enter into the giveaway, all you have to do is subscribe to our channel. Hit the subscribe button just above the video and complete that process, and you'll be entered into our contest to win a USBC prize pack. We're going to give it away tomorrow afternoon during our final men's qualifying round. Look at the scoreboard as we are in the 6th frame of game number 1. JP wants to know what's in the prize pack. Maybe a bowling ball. I don't think we're going to have a bowling ball in the prize pack this time. And the prize closet isn't quite big enough to hold bowling balls. You never know. One of these days we might give away a bowling ball. We have done it in the past. Belmonte was on our broadcast at the Pan Am trials last year and was nice enough to give away a storm ball. So we may have more bowling ball giveaways in the future. You never know. See if I can work on that maybe for the one of the collegiate tournaments coming up, or the Queens or the U.S. Women's Open. Maybe we can give away a bowling ball or two. See what I can do for you guys. Quick look at the scores at the request of somebody in our chat. The lane condition changes each day. Today it's the short pattern, 34 feet, Stockholm. Yesterday was the long pattern as TJ whiffs the 3-pin. Everyone, please welcome into our chat two-time World Cup champion Almi Guerra from the Dominican Republic. Almi, a big fan of the live streaming here on Bowl TV, and we always appreciate her watching. Hope that Almi's going to come and bowl the Queens in the U.S. Women's Open later this year. And if she does, maybe we'll be able to have her on to talk for a few minutes on the live streaming. Oh, Pili also in the chat. Our Dominican contingent is complete. The 1-2 punch of Pili Baez and Almi Guerra in our chat this morning. I almost forgot, for Almi and Pili, the favorite word they like for me to say in Spanish, ferrocarril, which of course means railroad in Spanish. I'm not quite sure how it applies to bowling, but I think it's just a funny word for them to hear an English speaker say. Well, while we're between shots, give you a look at the scoreboard as 7 frames are in the books here in game 1. I was wondering where all the strikes were this morning. They're all off to the pair to our left. 3-bagger, 5-bagger, 3-bagger. Not a lot of strikes out there on this pair so far this morning. At least not big strings of strikes. Had a couple doubles and a couple 3-baggers, but looking across the house, I don't see very many people stringing a lot of strikes. It'll be interesting to see the scores from game 1 once we get them in. We're still obviously in game 1, but game 1 score should be a good indicator of where we're going to go scoring-wise today. Libby Fletcher checking in our YouTube chat. Good morning, Libby. Thanks for saying hi. Looking forward to seeing you again at the Masters at the end of this month. And just so you know, for those of you out there who are interested in bowling the Masters, you can still get in. There's still time to enter. Go to bowl.com/masters for more information. The competition begins January 24th. Practice is January 23rd here in Las Vegas, so still time to get in. Airline tickets not outrageous, so you can still get your airline tickets, still get out here and bowl the Masters. Bowl.com/masters for more information. Well, it looks like off to our left on 27 and 28, they've got a problem. Maybe an underground, maybe a pin got in the ball return, not sure, but they're going to be delayed a bit over there. Hopefully they'll get that sorted out. Otherwise, that may cause some delays for us here this morning. You can see off the very top of your picture, top left corner, you can see the mechanic working up there. Those of you just tuning in, our lane condition today is Stockholm, 34 feet, the short pattern for the week. And you may have just heard a clanking sound coming from the back of the pin setters. That's never a good sign. Ninth frame now. 2 frames to go here in game number 1. Look at the scoreboard as well. Flip back in time to see TJ's ball hit the pins. There you go. He gets a strike in the 9th. D. Monroe wanted to know if there are coaches allowed in this tournament. Yes, there is coaching allowed in this tournament. John says he's still looking for a team for nationals. He'll be there in June, the latter part of June. I hope you find a team, John. I assume you're talking about the USBC Open Championships in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. If you're not signed up for that, you're kind of running out of time. Spots are filling up fast. I think there's already, I think they're closing in on almost 12,000 teams for that tournament. Big tournament, biggest tournament in the world. And if you want to be a part of that, USBCOpen.com. I'll be bowling the end of February. Ricky's mom wants to know if I'll be on the webcam for nationals. I don't think they're doing any streaming of my bowling. I don't know that I would let Matt Cannizzaro stream my bowling. I'd be a little nervous out there if everybody was watching me bowl. Although I do usually do pretty good in the team event. I usually shoot, I don't know, I think my average is around 580 for the team event, something like that. Shot over 600 last year in team event. Chris Bartle with another strike. But you don't have to convince me to get me streamed on from the nationals. Matt Cannizzaro is the one who makes those decisions. So if you have an urge to watch me bowl, then I guess you can write Matt Cannizzaro and see if you can convince him. But I don't think anybody really wants to watch me bowl. Certainly would give me incentive to practice, that's for sure. As for the lineup for the Open Championship streaming, that's done completely by Matt Cannizzaro, so I'm not sure who he's planning to stream this year at that tournament. Look at the scoreboard for you. Unfortunately, don't have any sort of lane assignment schedule for the bowlers today. So we'll just have to wait and see who comes onto our featured pair each game. TJ strikes out, last 4 for 181. Mo Pinnell checking in on our chat. Says, Lucas, short patterns are usually lower scoring overall because of the 34-foot of free hook for the ball to deviate from its intended path. On longer patterns, the ball is controlled for a longer distance by the oil, less room for the ball to stray. Some bowlers will kill the shorter pattern, but overall scoring should be higher on the longer pattern as it's playable. There you go. Thanks for checking in with us, Mo. Appreciate the insight. Look at the scoreboard as we're wrapping up game 1 here in our men's division. Doesn't look like that breakdown on 27 and 28 is going to slow us down too much. They're starting to wrap up game 1 as well, so that's good news. Final shot coming up here for Bartle to wrap up the first game. And he strikes. 248 for Bartle. As that brings game 1 to a close. apologize for stepping away for a few minutes. I had some stuff to attend to here in the bowling center. We are in game number 2 here, live on Bowl TV of the Team USA Trials. Lucas Wiseman here with you. 4th frame of game 2 now underway. They're working on getting scores done from game 1. Just got a report in that they are trying to work out some kinks. Had a couple of scoring problems in that first game. So as soon as they get those sorted out, we should have scores after the first game. I want to remind everybody that we are doing a giveaway here on our YouTube channel. We're going to give away a USBC prize pack tomorrow afternoon here on the broadcast. And all you have to do to enter yourself into that giveaway is click the subscribe button on our channel just above the video you're watching right now. There's a yellow button that says subscribe. Just click that, complete that process, and you'll be eligible to win a USBC prize pack. We're going to give one prize pack away to a random subscriber tomorrow afternoon. So be sure to tune in tomorrow afternoon to find out if you are the winner. And just hit subscribe if you want to enter our giveaway. USBC prize packet depends on what we've got in stock at the time. In the past, it's been I usually take a backpack, like a small backpack, and fill it up with a shirt, a towel, a hat, cup, whatever we've got in the prize closet, just a little variety of stuff. Not sure what it'll be this time, but we'll track down some pretty cool stuff for everybody. Maybe I'll even get a couple of the Team USA members to put that work in the building to put an autograph in the autograph picture in the prize pack. That could be pretty cool. Carolyn Dorn Ballard or Stephanie Nation, Shannon O'Keefe, one of them might be able to work something like that out. And Laker wants to know, what if you've already subscribed? If you already subscribed, then you are in the giveaway, eligible to win. As long as you subscribed, you are eligible. So even if it was a couple of weeks ago, or even if you were the first subscriber to our YouTube channel, right now there's 2,504 people in the contest subscribed. So you got a 1 in 2,504 chance of winning that prize pack. It looks like we've got some unofficial standings from game 1. And top scorer in game 1 on this squad, E.J. Tacket, 278. Trent Mitchell, 277. Michael Coffey, 257. John Trzynski, 257. A.J. Chapman, 254. Steve Smith, 253. Blake Demore, 252. Chris Bartle, 248. Nick Powers, 248. Adam Johnson, 246. That's important because Adam was in second place in the overall standings. Chris Vi, 245. Devin Bidwell, 240. Marshall Kent, 239. David Schaefer, 237. Perry Crowell, 236. Blake Paris, 236. Paul Monroe, 235. Andrew Anderson, 234. Bradley Miller, 234. Austin Hunt, 234. Vince Biondo III, 232. Ivan Miyasato, 227. Jeffrey Young, 227. Joe Steiner, 226. And 25th, Tyler Cruz, 225. Let's see what Kyle King bowled. He was in the lead. And Kyle King, 179. Not a great start for him, 96th place. We'll look at your scoreboard as we are in the 6th frame. Those standings after game 1 should be available on bowl.com shortly. bowl.com/Team USA Trials. In fact, they are there now. If you go there, click Men Daily Standings is the heading you're looking for, and click on Round 3. Just noticed that our USBC Twitter feed, Pete Treadwell, mans that ship and retweeted this morning from Sly B1, I should be working. Instead, I'm watching the Team USA trials. And Sly B, thanks for watching the Team USA trials, and thanks for tweeting about it. If you're watching right now, want to let everybody know, you could tweet that fact to everybody. In fact, I am going to tweet it right now. Encourage people to tune in to the broadcast today. There we go. I just tweeted. Said, are you watching the USBC Team USA Trials live on Bowl TV right now? If so, retweet this. So head over to Twitter. You can find me at Lucas_Wiseman and retweet that. Let's spread the word about our broadcast today. See how many viewers we can get. We've got 599 right now. Let's see if we can increase that. I'm also going to do the same thing on Facebook and see if we can get people to share it. All right, let's see if we can get some social media going here. Got it posted on Twitter at Lucas_Wiseman and at Facebook at facebook.com/LucasUSBC. Let's spread the word. You never know. Bruns Chad says if I retweet that, nobody's going to see it, but you never know. Somebody might see it, might get a new viewer. So let's spread the word out there to all the bowling fans and get everybody tuned in. We're up to 604 viewers. We're going up quickly here. Bowling is a waste of time. Wants to know if Danny Wiseman is my brother. No, I am not related to Danny. But don't forget, folks, we're spreading the word on social media right now. Let's get it out there. Retweet the post on Twitter. You can find it at Lucas_Wiseman or on Facebook, facebook.com/LucasUSBC. Spread the word, and we have a special guest sitting in now, Mr. Eric Pearson, joining us on the broadcast. Always a pleasure, Eric.
Good morning.
So everybody always wants to know about the lane conditions, and you are the lane condition guru, expert, extraordinaire.
Sure.
Glorified janitor, whatever, button pusher,
That's
whatever we want to call you.
There you go.
Let's give everybody an idea of what we've got out there this morning.
Today is the short pattern, which is Stockholm, WTBA, 34 feet, roughly 23.5 mils of oil. Not a lot of shape. This is, I would say, one of the tougher short patterns. It's not real stacked up anywhere. Pretty blended on the first 5-6 boards, so scores look slightly lower than in years past on the short, but you never know what's going to happen here. There's still going to be quite a few guys that whack it and probably average into 220s. But interesting to see. We're going to see what happens here. A lot of guys playing different angles. You know, the typical theory is you go up the gutter, go straight on the short. But I think with a little bit of the topography here and pairs playing slightly different, a lot of people are attacking it different ways. By not having that little bit of a wall or a cliff or a shim outside, many people are farther to the left trying to circle the lane a little bit. So standing farther left, throwing it to the right and watching it bounce back. But some bounce too hard and some don't bounce hard enough, and a lot of them actually lose energy and don't make it around the corner. So even with the shorter pattern, they swing the ball and it doesn't get back to the pocket. So they look touchy. Good games are still 230, 240 for the guys that get lined up, but it's real easy to shoot 180 or less even.
Yeah, we had some good games in game one. We had
you have some results?
Yeah, 225 was 25th place. So we had how many bowlers shoot over 200? We had 62 bowlers shoot over 200, including your son, Chris Pearson.
Yeah, he ground out. He started with 3 opens and somehow got 200 out of it.
But our leader in the overall standings, Kyle King, only 179 the first game. So he's going to need to step it up if he wants to maintain that overall spot.
Brad Miller had a big game to start. I think he was in the 230s,
I believe, yep.
And he had the front 4 of the second game, so. What I've been trying to do is kind of walk up and down and see the guys who are like in the top 10 or 20 in points, just to kind of see how they get started. I think it's going to be real interesting after today how those top, 10, 15 spots get juggled around based on their finish today. It's real easy for somebody near the top to maybe finish in 30th or 40th today, and they're going to drop like a rock.
Yeah, that's going to mix everything up if that happens.
I think it'd be interesting if you see that happen to like maybe 4 or 5 guys that are in the top 10, and that'll make tomorrow really interesting. Because you already have places like 3rd through 15th, I want to say, are really bunched up. There's only like a separation of about 10 points. And Kyle and Brad were pretty far ahead. I think one of them might even been single digits, no? What was high, 10?
The guys, 10, yeah.
10.
It was Kyle King with 10 points, and then Adam Johnson at 14.
So,
and then it drops to 29 after that.
Say Kyle has a rough day and finishes in the 30s or 40s.
Yep.
Some of these guys that are now already in the 30s or 40s crack the top 10. They're right back in it. So,
yeah, a lot of people still in play, but at the same time, we're talking about that this morning. The ball is still in Kyle King's court. I mean, if he finishes first or second these next 2 days, he's going to win the tournament. I mean, it's as simple as that. And it's a lot of bowling left, though. And at the same time, he controls his destiny.
I don't know about that. Let's say he finished first today, and he's got 11.
Yeah, the next closest person has 14 as of yesterday.
But what if he comes out tomorrow and finishes 78th?
Exactly. Then he'd be out. So that's what I'm saying. He controls his own destiny.
Okay.
Yeah, he can win the tournament if he wins the next 2 days.
I just think it's very, very interesting, yeah.
It is.
That's why I told Christopher, I think he's like at 38. I said, if you have a couple of top 10 finishes, you have a chance.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. It's a very interesting format.
Can't afford to have a 30 or 40 day, place finish, but so yeah, it's hard to tell. What makes it kind of cool is you got to keep throwing. If it was a total pins thing,
right?
Sometimes I would see where guys would go, you know what, I'm in 12th, but I'm really out of it.
Right. So far behind, yeah.
Now,
still have a chance.
You still have a chance.
Thanks to everybody who's spreading the word about our broadcast on social networking. We went from 600 viewers to 645 viewers, so we're making some progress. And Craig King checks in on Twitter, says, me and my friend David are watching from Fort Wayne, Indiana. Can you give us a shout-out? So thanks for watching, Craig. And David is rooting for E.J. Tacket. So spread the word about our broadcast. Retweet and share the posts on Facebook. Get the word out there. Let's get people watching our broadcast today. We're joined by Eric Pearson, who's in charge of lane maintenance this week. Also, you kind of spearhead the USBC Masters, which is coming up later this month. Talk a little bit about the Masters and maybe what people might expect as far as lane conditions for that go. And maybe how can you best prepare yourself to bowl the Masters? Because that's a lot of folks out there might be coming out to bowl in the
Masters, coming up in a couple weeks, Sunset Station. We're hoping to crack the 300 entry this year and maybe even get up to 320 to 340. Still haven't made a final decision right now. We have 4 squad times set up, but we might be changing that to 2 here in the next week if we don't get over a certain number. But yeah, Masters always a great competition. All your top amateurs, obviously all the exempt players on the PBA Tour will be bowling. Numerous foreign bowlers are coming over. There's 2 other events going on at the same time, or I should say the following week at Sunset Station. The International Mini and the WTBA International Open. So, get on bowl.com, get signed up for the Masters. We need a few more entries here and like to see top bowlers come out. Masters a little bit of a quicker format, 10 games of qualifying. You bowl 2 5-game blocks, one on fresh oil, one on the burn pattern. Generally speaking, making the cut usually takes somewhere in the 2-0 range of average, 207, 205. Very seldomly does it get over 210 for the 10 games. So very challenging. Sport complying, closer to a 2-to-1 ratio for that pattern. And we've had a lot of success with the pattern we have used for like the last, I'd say 4 to 5 years. It changes a little bit depending on where we go. But the basic shape to it and structure of it, we used back in Milwaukee when it was at AMF Bolero for a couple years. And then we took that, we had a lot of success there. It worked well, so we just kind of took that basic shape and make small adjustments to it for like the stadium. Last couple years, and now this year at Sunset, just a couple small changes. So to practice, find something, find last year's pattern and load it up. And big thing there is spares. Obviously, any big level competition, you can't miss spares. It's harder to throw strikes, doubles,
especially when it only takes 207 to 208 average to make the cut. If you make your spares every game and throw a couple doubles, you're right there. That's all you got to do.
Yep. So, and normally, because you've got such high-end players, there's usually quite a bit of transition in the patterns. So you got to be on top of your game for sure. Keep the ball in play and controllable on the fresh, and make sure you follow the transitions. And it's amazing. That as well as this competition of how precise things have to be to score from day to day. The right ball reaction, the right release for your game, for the pattern, for where you're playing on the lane. I watch just a couple bowlers. You watch me. You got Michael Fagan and Mike Devaney kind of struggling. You got two of the top players you'll ever see. But it doesn't mean they've always got it. You don't know how they're bowling. They'll tell you, but just not maybe seeing ball reaction quite right, or not catching transition right, or maybe you plan ahead and you bring certain equipment. It's just not quite right for this bowling center, and
just shows that they are human, and they
absolutely. And then you see other players that you don't expect to bowl fantastic, and they hang in there, and they do make the right reads. So
a couple questions in the chat. What's the pattern today? Stockholm 34 feet.
34.
And another question for you, Eric. How close are these team trials patterns to the PBA patterns, the animal patterns that they use? Are they in the same neighborhood for the most part, or are they pretty different?
It's kind of hard to compare. As far as the whole length theory of the length and moving your break point, and that obviously that all holds true. Shorter patterns play out, longer patterns play in, but I would say probably the shorter patterns are close to cheetah, not quite. But the longer, like yesterday's pattern, PBA doesn't bowl anything close to like Paris. Very long and narrow. They don't see that. They usually go, if they're going to go long, they go really flat to make them hard, really hard. We're going to see that tomorrow. Kind of a wider structured pattern, kind of like a oil that would be for a medium pattern, but 45 feet. That's what you're going to see tomorrow. That's why they're
tough.
That's why they're tough.
Do you think that tomorrow might be our lowest scoring day of the tournament?
Very, very possible, yes. Just educated guess, I would say yes. If they break them down decent, I think there might be a time frame in the day where they actually get really, really nice. Because the length is going to give you hold area if the track's broken down properly. Whereas yesterday, your fourth arrow and deeper the majority of the day. You're not going to see that tomorrow. Bowlers tend to have a better eye and see their ball reaction better when it's somewhere out around second arrow, 8 board, 9 board, 10 board, 11 board. And if you can get the ball to that spot from, say, third arrow, that's a lot easier for bowlers to see than like what we had yesterday. But if they don't get broken down that way, then no, they're going to be all over the lane, and it could be ugly tomorrow. But but plus also with PBA, they use all different technology. Their contract is with Brunswick, so they use authority lane machines, and obviously Brunswick chemicals. And that machine applies oil completely different than a Kegel machine. It's forward oil only. Kegel oil's in the reverse. Not that we have a lot of it, but. So I just think overall, the machines act differently. The way they put the oil on the lane is different. The chemicals are different, so it's hard to really compare. One of the things I've been kind of stressing with people I talk to is I think sometimes we get too caught up in the oil pattern itself. It is what it is. You're going to throw your ball, make the right reads, and get the right ball in your hand, get your feet in the right spot. the bolder choices of what they choose to do is way more important than the oil that's on the lane. You know, obviously the oil pattern makes you choose what you're going to do, or at least in your mind. The lanes are oiled this way, so I have to do this, and that's where it starts. You put a certain ball in your hand and you go at it.
Watching the conclusion of Game 2 here at the Team USA Trials, Round 3 men's division. Eric Pearson is our guest.
Looks like EJ's coming this way.
Yeah,
Couple
like
guys watching for EJ. Here he comes for the next game.
Yeah, EJ shot 278. Game 1, I believe. Not sure what he had Game 2, but have an update for you soon as they are wrapping up Game 2 right now.
Yeah, plus I think with the PBA patterns, I mean, they need a lot of volume on the lane. I mean, those guys with the high rev rates, and so they might go with wider shapes and higher volumes of oil just because they need it for that style of player. You know, when you're designing a lane pattern, you take a lot of things into account. You know, number one, who are you doing the lanes for? What's your clientele? You know, even this is slightly different than the PBA Tour. You know, the format of the event. How many games is it going to be? How many times do you re-oil? You know, what are you trying to accomplish? So a lot of those things go into how you come up with an oil pattern. So for the PBA Tour, they probably look at it a little bit differently than, say, an event like this or a WTBA event where you tend to bowl, 3-game blocks mostly at international competition?
6-game blocks.
6, but is it 3 fresh, 3 fresh, or 3 fresh, 3 burn?
In like the World Championships?
They bowl 6 in a row?
It depends on the event.
Okay.
The singles event, 6 straight. Doubles event, 6 straight. Trios, they kind of go back and forth. A lot of times it's 6 straight. But team events always 3 games on one pattern, 3 games on the other pattern. So,
you know, so like for this event last year at Sunset, the patterns broke down tremendously. But it's because we had a ton of late entries and we didn't expect to have 6 or 7 bowlers on a pair of lanes for 9 games.
Yeah.
You know, so
those were long squads last year.
we had that to do all over again. Some of the choices would have been different. Here, fantastic. The lanes are holding up great. Yesterday played pretty nice. First day, I haven't seen anybody really over the left gutter. Last year they were there for 3 days by the 6th or 7th game of the block. So technology is a little different this year with the drop rush feature in the Kegel machine. So the mid lanes hold up a lot longer. You can get a higher concentration of oil where you want it for today's game.
Game 3 about to begin as we take a look at the scoreboard so you can see who we've got on the featured pair. AJ Chapman, EJ Tacket. Among those on this pair, Joe Steiner as well, Oscar Chan and Jim Steiner on this pair. So joined by Eric Pearson this morning for a little bit. Eric, there's a question, what kind of oil is being used on the lanes?
Infinity, Kegel Infinity.
And what do you expect today for the women out there in the?
I was just thinking that.
Yeah, for this pattern, the Stockholm pattern. What can we expect for the women? They're scheduled to start, I believe, about 1:40 p.m. today, Pacific time.
I mean, I'm not going to say their scoring pace is going to be higher. I don't know if they're going to strike as much, but overall, they're probably going to make the lanes look a little nicer. You know, you might see more consistent scoring and more consistent higher scoring, not a bunch of people all over the map. They should be able to go up the lane a little bit straighter and control their break point a little bit easier than some of the guys here.
Thanks to everybody who spread the word on Twitter and Facebook. We've up to 670 viewers now, so a nice little bounce in our viewer count. And a shout out to Colin who just tweeted at me, says watching from Pineville, Louisiana. And I'm not sure where Pineville is, but I bet it's close to Baton Rouge, which is where the Open Championships are going to be starting next month. Baton Rouge, Louisiana,
Yep.
Great city. There, you were there for the tournament in 2000. Was it 5? We were there for that.
It was 2005.
Yeah, it's a great city, great tournament, and we're looking forward to going back there again in February and Still some spots available if you want to bowl in that tournament. It's filling up pretty quick, but the entry deadline has been extended, and you can get more information at usbcopen.com. Of course, the women's championships coming up in March. Is that when we're starting this year, or are we starting
middle of April?
Middle of April is when we're starting.
Yep, we're going to go a week later than normal, and runs into just past the 4th of July weekend, into the next weekend, like the 7th and 8th.
You can also find information on entering the USBC Women's Championships on bowl.com as well. bowl.com/tournaments for all of our different USBC events. What do you think the average age is this year in the men's field? It's a good question. It's pretty young. I don't know what the average is. It's in the 20s, I would think.
23,
yeah.
24?
It's got to be low to mid-20s.
I think somebody said almost half the field is eligible for the youth team.
So that would be under 21.
And out of the other half of the bowlers, half of them were 25 or younger. So
okay. So yeah,
I'm going to guess three quarters or more of the bowlers are 25 or younger.
Yeah, so that's pretty telling. Some folks in the chat this morning were talking about why Mike Fagan, Mike Devaney, Nathan Bohr weren't doing as well this week, and I said that could be maybe a kind of a changing of the guard. A lot of these young players are really, really good and coming out here and showing their stuff, and this field I think represents the younger generation of upcoming stars in the game. I don't know if you would agree with that or not.
Yeah, I think the overall atmosphere for youth bowling is quite a bit different now than even, say, 7-8 years ago. And now you're starting to see some of those kids getting better coaching, high school programs, definitely the college level. These kids they're learning to bowl on this type of environment a lot more and at a lot earlier age. Even back home, probably some of your local scholarship tournaments are bowling on sport patterns, on PBA patterns, WTBA stuff. It's almost like since the whole named pattern thing came out a few years back, people can now associate a little bit. I mean, they have a way to define what they're bowling on. Even though Stockholm here plays completely different than Stockholm in another bowling center, it's still Stockholm. They know it's short. They know it's out by the gutter. They know it's not as defined as, say, Los Angeles. There's more education.
AJ Chapman up here on the right lane. Throws it real nice, doesn't he?
Yep.
Junior Team USA member this year. Earned that spot at Junior Gold over the summer. Jazreel Tan checks in on Twitter, says she's watching in the hotel room with Jessica Baker. I'm sure that we'll see Jazreel and Jess down here watching Deandra a little bit later today. And I think EJ, I just saw him throw a shot. Is he throwing a urethane ball?
Quite possibly. There is a lot of urethane on the lanes.
Is there?
A lot.
You would know. You've been walking around checking out the bowling. And,
a lot of them. Yeah, I think a lot of them see the 34 feet. It's pretty common internationally, too. When you do the 33 and 34-foot shorts, you do see a lot of urethane. But there is quite a bit of oil on the edge of the lane. I think the structure of the pattern is a couple of 2-2s, a couple 3-3s, 4-4s, and 3 5-5. So it's not like you have 2 or 3 boards to bank it off of on the outside. But, with only 34 feet, you have all that back end reaction. So I think a lot of people like to control the lane with urethane, but I can also see where it, just kind of loses a little bit of energy also, and if it doesn't get down the lane cleanly, it's not going to make the right move to knock the pins down. So when you're bowling, you really have to watch not only the reaction of the ball, but more what are the pins telling you.
We're going to watch EJ a little closer on his next shot coming up here in just a minute. He's going to be up on the right lane and get a better idea of what ball he's throwing and where exactly he's playing the lanes, because he shot 270 the first game, 278 the first game, so obviously he was doing something right then. I'm not sure what he had in game 2, but we should get scores in the next couple of minutes from game 2. Watching our live coverage of the Team USA trials here on Bowl TV. Lucas Wiseman and Eric Pearson with you. And thanks to everybody who has spread the word about our broadcast. We've increased our viewership by more than 100 viewers, so thank you very much. That's a nice increase in just a few minutes. Went from 599 viewers to 707 viewers. So maybe you're the lucky charm. Maybe you're the one that everybody's tuning in for, Eric.
Yeah, maybe they're just all waking up.
That's true. Craig King just tweeted at me, says EJ's using an old pink urethane hammer. So here's EJ, he's in the black shirt there with his pretty pink bowling ball. We'll take a look at what he's doing. Eric's kind of eyeing him down. I think you're going to check out where he's standing, where he's throwing for us.
The pink hammer was kind of like the short oil ball.
Looks like a gum ball.
Yeah.
Wonder if he paid $0.25 for that. Probably 50 cents these days for a gum ball, I would guess.
I mean, very, very clean ball, obviously. Looks like it might have just a hair, a touch of surface on it. Doesn't look very glossy. Yeah, it looks nice.
Hits pretty good, though. It's a nice looking shot from
just enough
EJ.
surface so it doesn't squirt. See how it kind of like slowed down and picked up at like, say, 25, 30 feet and then just kind of arced up? That was a little bit shinier, it would never do that. And if it was a stronger ball, like maybe a blue hammer or whatever in his hand, it would have never made that motion on the back. It would have rolled earlier and would not have hit that hard.
So pretty
pretty
solid ball choice for him, huh?
Yeah. Huge rev rate.
Yeah.
I was talking with Coach Rod Ross the other night at dinner, and he's just talking about some of the things they do with the team, with the robot at headquarters, and the CAT system and stuff. And he said EJ was the first bowler they've seen that throws with one hand that went over 600 RPM.
Wow.
Rev rate. You see it with the two-handed guys.
He's
So he was
able
the
to generate
first
a lot
guy
of revs.
to see that could actually do it. They were messing around trying to see how people could vary, to see how much they could get on it to how little they could get on it but still strike. How fast they could throw it and strike, how slow they could throw it. See, they're trying to see how the bowlers could vary, who had the biggest variance, who could throw up the back of the ball with no axis rotation and who could get around the ball the most. So maybe, I don't know if that was when EJ got over 600 RPM, but I said, well, what about like Robert Smith? And he said he never got that high on the Cats lane by us.
So EJ has about 600 RPMs and out.
I wouldn't say that's every ball. But
no.
Yeah.
I'm lucky if I get 60, 10% of that.
So, yeah, okay.
I'm a spin biscuit. I like to spin it.
Yeah, I've seen it.
Sometimes it's
I've seen it
successful.
win.
You
Come
have.
on, I've
You
seen
have
it
seen
win.
it win.
Come on.
Yep. It has been successful for me in the past.
Yeah,
So.
a little bit of twirl.
That's right.
Just put a little bit of surface on it. Helps you pick up. Yeah. You make it work.
If I could have a ball rep standing behind me every shot, if I could have you standing behind me every shot saying, stand here, throw it here, throw this ball, I'd
Not
be pretty
always.
decent, but
Yeah.
EJ's going to be up again on the left lane here in a moment. Joe Steiner on this pair with the front four, by the way.
Yeah, it's just really hard to see across the house what the scoring pace looks like.
Yeah, the only thing you can really do from here is kind of look across and see if you see strings of strikes.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
That's about it. And I haven't seen as many strings of strikes today as we have yesterday. Nathan Bohr is the front four off to our left.
On a normal short pattern, you'd walk along and for 5 guys on a pair of lanes, the low score would be 190. And you'd have a couple of 230s and a 240 and here you're not seeing that. You're seeing 1 or 2, maybe 220 or better. And the other 2 or 3 guys on the pair are just plugging along for 180, 200, 170. That's wide.
Look at it recover, though.
And strike.
Yeah, he got that one a little right, and it still came roaring back into the pocket. Hit pretty good. Another tweet coming in to me. Brandon Moore says, Lucas, what's up? Give a shout out to Andrew Coff, please. So Andrew's out there bowling somewhere. Said he's going to come and join us on the broadcast this afternoon. Hopefully he'll be true to his word and come and join us. He's been wanting to come on the broadcast, so I told him he could come on this week, and I think he's going to come on first or second game for the women this afternoon.
Awesome. Awesome bowler. Awesome kid.
Good family.
Great parents.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's fun to sit around and chat with them while he's bowling, and he's got a good head on his shoulders. He looked a little bit, watched him throw a couple balls the first game. He looked a little too far to the left. He was kind of cutting the ball short, and 3 or 4 balls I watched him throw all went through the nose. I don't know what he bowled, but
so when we, on this pattern, Eric, we saw EJ get it a little bit right and it recovered. Is there much recovery to the right, or is that just a product of his rev rate that he's able to get it back?
I was just thinking about that. I'm not sure. Maybe it's just this pair. You know, it's him on this pair. I was just going to say somebody with a slightly lower rev rate, that ball would probably not get back to the pocket because it wouldn't have picked up and turned. It would have hit. It might have got back, but it would have hit weak. You know, I think a ball like that's always going to hook. You know, the 34 feet, the ball's always going to turn to the left and make it back to the head pin, but it does. It's not going to see the lane the right way to strike or hit the pins that hard. You know, but he might go to another pair of lanes where that ball hangs just a little bit more, maybe goes another foot or 2 down the lane, and now it's a 2-pin. That's where when you catch those pairs where you can get away with that, and then the next shot's a little bit straighter and it holds pocket high flush, that's when guys' arm swings get loose.
A question in chat. I just looked at the lane graph for this pattern, and if I'm seeing it correctly, the first board stripped. I don't know. The graph for this pattern on this surface today is not posted anywhere, I don't believe. But
All Kegel lane machines, when they do the way their machines oil, the applied oil, the first load of oil is called a 2-to-2, which means second board to second board.
2 board to 2, yeah. Exactly.
So you would think there's no oil on one, but there is. When it gets on the transfer brush and then it bleeds its way onto the buffer brush, it kind of bleeds out a little bit to the, you know, kind of spreads to the outside. So there's always a little bit on one board. With some of the older machines with transfer rollers, there were a lot of times you had very little oil on, say, maybe the first half board.
There aren't very many people who can successfully throw the ball there anyway.
The ball
right?
would always hit that and bounce off of
Yeah.
it now. And you got another one out to the right. That one's later and 10-pin. Not quite the same. So yeah, I mean, there's oil on the one board, but when we're figuring out ratios and the 3-unit rule, any USBC specifications, you don't take the one board into account anyway.
Well, we got an update after 2 games, and one of the not-so-young bowlers in the field is leading now. Vince Biondo, the third, in first place at 522, went 232, 290 today. Ivan Miyasato, second place. He shot 290 as well in game 2, 517. Chris Bartle at 506. EJ Tacket and Chris Vi both at 502. That's important for Chris Vi because he was near the top of the standings after 2 rounds.
Names near the top, yeah. Chris.
Cameron Doyle was up there pretty high as
there,
well, yeah. So, but on the squad, Trent Mitchell at 492, Steve Smith at 489, Cameron Doyle at 488, AJ Chapman and Devin Bidwell both 476.
Adam Johnson was second or third, I believe.
He was in second place, and he's in 16th on this squad at 462. Let's see if we can find Kyle King. He shot 179 the first game. Chris Pearson at
Yikes.
404.
2-0. Not going to cut it.
Kyle
He'll
shot 205 the second game. He's in 70th place currently, so he's got to pick up the pace.
Yep.
If he wants to maintain that lead, because 70 points today is not going to be very conducive finishing first or in the top 3 for that matter.
So kind of looking at that, like you're saying, it's anything in the top 10 I think is wonderful, especially if you're already in that top 10 to 15 guys. That's key today. Long way to go.
There is. We still have
This is game 3.
4 more games today and 7 more games tomorrow. So a whole new round tomorrow.
Like I said, tomorrow could be
a grind.
a lot of people jumping and moving around.
So we could be here for a while tomorrow if the scoring pace is low. Then slow down the bowling, huh? AJ.
Not quite
sliding
this
it out
much
there.
striking,
Yeah.
I'm surprised actually that how many guys were over 240 average for 2. That was a lot.
Call that up. Yeah, there were quite a few that were at 500 for 2 games.
I agree.
Yeah, there were 5 guys at over 500 and 7 guys,
Well, like
8 guys
2.5.
averaging over 240.
Go to 2 1/4. 20
24th place is a 225
Okay.
average today,
so far, yeah.
and that's a pretty good number. And we've got 63 players in the field averaging over 200 today.
So not quite half. Yeah, you definitely need to find a couple pairs. Like normally when you bowl a fairly long block, if you can find 1 or 2 pairs where you can pop 250, 260, and your other games are 2-0 to 220, you're usually doing pretty well. On this, you almost have to have 2 to 3 games that are 250 or above, and the other games have to be pretty solid.
A question in the chat for you, Eric. I think we touched on it earlier, but what lane machine being used here this week to do the lane?
Oh, Kegel Lane Walker with touchscreen. So we have a transfer brush in there, and then we also incorporate the drop brush feature. So the pattern's 34 feet. You get your oil going forward for about, I want to say 29 feet. It buffs out to 34. And then the machine comes in the reverse travel, and it passes right by the 34 foot area. And when it gets back inside to about, my numbers are losing me here. I want to say 26 feet, the buffer brush drops back down on the lane. And it puts out a little bit of reverse oil from the arrows back to the foul line. So you've got, 3 distinct zones on the lane of applied oil and buffed oil. And it just really helps. It really helps for ball motion. I think a lot of people get caught up with lane patterns where they're trying to make them tricky, or they're going to do something to make them hard. But your goal as being a lane guy and trying to put out a decent pattern is to try to provide good ball motion for as many bowlers as you can.
I was just looking off to the left here, Eric, on 29 and 30.
Yeah.
There are a lot of strikes on that pair right now.
Strikes there, yes.
Yeah, we don't have that pair for you, but the lane 30, the scoreboard is all strikes, frames 4 through 7. I don't know how many more there are. It looks like only one of them has the front 7. It's Tanner Stacy. I can't read the name. Tanner Spacey, maybe. Front 7 to our left. So if that keeps up, we'll let you know.
That's pretty good.
Craig King sends me a tweet, wants to know, do you even know what Twitter is, Eric? You're not much of into the social networking stuff,
I am
are you?
not.
Yeah, I didn't think so.
I worry
We gotta
about
get you signed up with a Facebook.
I get worried about going somewhere where I start talking about this kind of stuff, and then I think I'd end up in lengthy conversations.
We should start a Facebook page, for a fan page for you. Call it the Lane Maintenance Expert,
Sure.
Eric Pearson, and then you can tweet, or you can post away about patterns and all that kind of stuff. Because hey, people love that stuff. They eat that stuff.
I know,
up.
but it makes me nervous because I think it'd be a never-ending.
That's true. You'd be busy.
And as much as you see things and you think you know things, it's just observations and educated guesses. And I hate to say there's always right and wrong in bowling. It's like, but here's what I think I see.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean I'm right.
That's right. You're usually pretty right, though. But we do have a tweet from Craig King. Wants to know what's at stake for the winners of this tournament. How many places are accepted? It's pretty straightforward. And if you head on to bowl.com, you read my story from yesterday. It's kind of detailed in there. The player, the top man and top woman with the least amount of points will be crowned the champion of this event. They will earn an automatic spot on Team USA for 2012. They'll get an automatic spot to compete in the Cubica AMF World Cup. They'll win $1,000. They'll have the opportunity to have health insurance from the United States Olympic Committee valued at $5,000. And the players who finish second and third, about the men's and the women's side, earn automatic spots on Team USA. And that comes with being on Team USA allows you to go to a week-long training camp at the International Training and Research Center to work with the coaching staff. So that's a big deal as well. And then the committee will select 2 more men and 2 more women to join the team. So a total of 5 men, 5 women for Team USA. Then we've also got 4 spots for the boys and the girls on Junior Team USA. So the top 2 boys, top 2 girls in the point standings. At the end of the week, we'll get automatic spots on Junior Team USA. The selection committee will pick 2 more boys, 2 more girls for the team. And your son has been on Junior Team USA.
Twice,
pretty nice experience for him, I'm sure.
Yeah, first year was great. He won his spot during this event. He always bowled okay at the junior gold, but never, he only cracked the top 16, I think, 1 or 2 years and made it to the match play. He's not bowling well today. But yeah, won his junior gold spot during this event and actually bowled 2 international tournaments that year on the team. Did very well. And then made the team the second year and wasn't chosen for any of the international tournaments. But yeah, just had a great time. And what a really good team too. I mean, got to bowl with Andrew Coff and Jake Peters. Who else was on that team? They all run together.
Yeah, it's been a good crop of Junior Team USA members the last couple of years, and we're gonna add on to that this year. One of them, AJ Chapman, up right now shooting that spare.
Oh,
and
went by it.
It's not very like AJ Chapman to miss a single pin like that. Can't afford to miss those.
Yeah, Chris had just enough of the taste of the junior thing that he enjoyed that so much. He's like he wants to keep competing in this. He just wants to make the big team. He says. So actually, the first year that he made the junior team, I think he was 7th overall, and
he was pretty close.
He was like 70 or 80 pins out of the automatic berth that year. So, and I know that year I think they had Janowitz bowled, Cassidy. Bowled well that year. I think Nathan was picked that year.
Was that a year that Fagan bowled?
I think it was the year before Fagan.
The year before Fagan.
Derek Oaf might have still bowled that year.
It's
3 years ago, 4 years ago.
I think it's been a while since Derek's been on the team. 2007 is when 2007 or 2008 is when Derek won the World Cup.
I'm trying to remember who the automatics were, and I can't.
So many names, so many years. We're getting old. Steiner's putting together a nice game here.
That line there looked identical to EJ's, hey? Just the way it arced out, picked up in the same spot. Just
no surprise, they're both bowling well.
Slightly different equipment probably, and just a little different roll, but.
There's the scoreboard. You can see that Joe Steiner can strike out for 279 this game. EJ can shoot 258, so good scores. By the way, Tanner Spacey now has the front 9 off to our left. So, what's that?
I'm going to head out.
You're going to head out?
I'll be back.
Eric's going to head out, but maybe we'll see him a little bit later. Thanks, Eric, for stopping by. Appreciate having somebody to talk to.
Later in the block or definitely during the women's?
Sounds good. Thanks, Eric Pearson. So we will keep an eye on this front 9 for you here, Tanner Spacey. Hopefully we'll have some excitement for you. Brandon Moore tweeted at me, have you ever been to Boardwalk Bowl in Orlando, Florida? Yes, I have. I grew up not too far from Boardwalk Bowl in Mount Dora, Florida. So I'm going to get a camera station so that we can get a look at 29 and 30. We don't have any lights over there, so it'll be a little dark, but just give me 1 second. We'll get something going for you. All right, got a camera situated, so we've got to look at lane 29 for Tanner Spacey, who's coming up. Heard some clapping down on the low end. Makes me wonder if we've had an honor score down there. We'll keep an eye on it. And we'll get you over to lane 29 in a second here after this shot from A.J. Chapman. Here is Tanner Spacey with the front 9. In the black shirt there. See if he can make it 10 in a row. And he does. Light hit carries for the strike. So front 10 here on our broadcast. See if Tanner can avoid the Wiseman jinx. Let's hope so. It's always nice to see a 300 game on our broadcast. Looks like he's ready to go here. 10 in a row for Tanner Spacey. Game number 3 here at the Team USA Trials. Does he have another one in him? Oh, the 10 pin ends the run. A nice run. It's going to be a 289 with the spare for Tanner. So, very nice game here for Tanner Spacey. Congratulations to him on a fine effort. Look at our scoreboard here as we're wrapping up this game. Looks like Steiner fouled on his last ball. 248. A.J. Chapman up now. A.J. max score of 215 this game if he strikes out here in the 10th frame. Gets the first one. AJ with the 4-pin on the second shot in the 10th frame. Look at the scoreboard. Game 3 coming to a close in round number 3. Appreciate everybody tuning in. Our coverage here on Bowl TV. Thanks to you for being a USBC member. Makes our broadcast possible. If your league is not certified by USBC, would strongly encourage you to work on that for next season. Become a certified USBC league, become a USBC member. You help fund programs like this, our live streaming efforts of our different events around the country. EJ, another strike for EJ. I believe his max is 258 here. If he can get a couple of more. Another one for EJ. 6 in a row for him. Looking to close it out with the back 7. Looks like we're going to have Mike Devaney for game 4. See Devaney hanging out down there as EJ gets it wide and still strikes. Final score 258 for EJ Tacket. All right, so while we're between games here, we're going to take a commercial break. We haven't taken many commercial breaks today, so we owe you one. And we will be back in just a few minutes here live on Bowl TV with the start of game number 4 here at the Team USA Trials.
Goodbye, Joe. Me gotta go, me oh my oh. Gotta go pull the B-road down the bayou. My chili's sweet for me, me oh my oh. Son of a gun, we're gonna have big fun on the bayou.
Get ready to bowl the bayou in 2012 as the USBC Open Championships heads to the River Center in Baton Rouge, Louisiana.
Pick guitar, fill through joy and Yale. Son of a gun, we're gonna have big fun on the bayou.
Bowlers return to the Cajun capital for the first time since 2005, and the city of Baton Rouge is ready to roll out the red carpet for all bowlers. In the Cajun capital of food and fun, there's something for everyone in Baton Rouge. And with millions of dollars in side games and brackets on the line, there's more than one way to come home a winner. Visit the Open Championships page at bowl.com to reserve your spot.
Son of a gun, we're gonna have big fun on the bayou.
The United States Bowling Congress is shaping the future of bowling, helping kids learn the sport the right way and awarding thousands of scholarships every year. USBC supports Special Olympics and America's best when they go for the gold as the home and heart of Team USA. We're reaching for new heights in research, raising the bar with spectacular national tournaments, and have raised millions of dollars to help fight cancer and support veterans. Visit bowl.com to learn more.
In 2012, the Women's Championships returns to the most prestigious venue in the sport, the National Bowling Stadium in Reno, Nevada. Bowlers are headed back west in 2012, and they will find plenty of off-the-lanes fun in the city of Reno. Downtown Reno has a new sports and entertainment development next to the bowling stadium. If you bowl early in the year, enjoy some of the best skiing in the country. In the spring and summer, Lake Tahoe provides a breathtaking outdoor escape, and championship golf courses are just minutes away. The Reno Sparks Convention and Visitors Bureau, Reno area hotels, and USBC Travel will be there to make sure your team's trip to Reno is a memorable one. And with an expected prize fund of more than $2 million, there's plenty of ways for you to cash in on the lanes. Visit the Women's Championships page of bowl.com and reserve your spot. Bowl TV has a new address. All of the video features, coaching tips, and live events you've been watching for years are still available on bowl.com, but now there's a new YouTube home for all things bowling. Bowl TV has its own channel, and it's so easy to find. YouTube.com/BowlTV. That's it, and you never know what you'll see. If you've previously been following us on the Grow the Sport channel, it will still be there, but very soon all new videos will only be available on the Bowl TV channel. So please take the time to subscribe today. That way you'll be among the first to know as soon as a new video is posted or a live event gets underway. There are big things happening on Bowl TV. Don't miss a minute. Click on subscribe and let the good times roll.
Welcome back. You can see who we've got on our featured pair this game. Mike Devaney right there, PBA player who is in the field this week. One of a few PBA players we've got. Mike Dolan bowling with him. Toby Sambueno, who led the first round, also on this pair. Watching our live coverage of the Team USA trials here on Bowl TV. Lucas Wiseman here with you as we are in game number 4 of round 3. Thanks to everybody for tuning in today. Here with you throughout the day for round 3 coverage. The women will be coming up after the men finish up and we re-oil the lanes. So if you are a fan of women's bowling, be sure to stay tuned for that a little bit later on today. They're scheduled to start at 1:40 p.m. Pacific time. Not sure if that will hold true or not. Should have a better idea here shortly. When we get to frame number 5, we'll be at the halfway point of the squad for these guys. They're scheduled to be done at 12:40. I think that might be a little bit optimistic. I would guess that the women's squad probably going to be about 20 to 30 minutes behind schedule. So let's say about 2 p.m. Pacific time for the women. That would be about 5 p.m. out east. I think that would be a good guess for our start time in the women's division. Mike Dolan off on the left lane right now. Leaves the washout. Reed Ross. On the right lane, has a double to start this game, game number 4. Take a look at the ball as it goes down the lane and delivers a third consecutive strike for Reed. Question in chat, how do the Team USA trials work? Well, the format this week is 4 rounds of 7 games each round. And each round, based on your finishing position, you earn points. So in round number 1, for example, you finished first, you get 1 point, as Toby Sambueno did. He's up right now on that right lane in the red shirt. In round number 2, Toby didn't bowl as well. Not quite sure where he finished, I don't remember, but he dropped a bit. And so his point total increased. The goal is to have as few points as possible. And right now leading is Kyle King with 10 points. He had 2 fifth-place finishes. And the player at the end of the week with the least amount of points will win the tournament. Mike Devaney up now in the left lane. Strike for him. Of course, we have Team USA spots available, Junior Team USA spots available. We're going to determine who's going to bowl in the World Cup in 2012 this week. As the men's champion and the women's champion will earn that automatic berth into the World Cup. Go to the scoreboard for you as we are in the 4th frame, approaching the halfway point of the block. 4th frame of game number 4. Devaney with a double now. Question in the chat about whether or not what the financial burden is on players who make Team USA. There isn't much of a financial burden on them. They the biggest burden is they have to get time off If they have a full-time job or something, they may need to take a week off to come to the training camp or to compete if they're selected to bowl in an event. But when Team USA members bowl in events like the Team USA Trials, oh, sorry, not the Team USA Trials, the Tournament of Americas, the PABCON Championships, the World Championships, all of their expenses are paid. So they don't have to endure any sort of financial responsibility. So the travel is included when you're selected to go bowl in those events. It's also included to go to the training camp. Good question. Appreciate the question. If you have any other questions, feel free to post them in our chat here on YouTube. I want to remind everybody to please become a subscriber of our channel here on YouTube. All you have to do is push the subscribe button above the video you're watching, and we're going to give away a USBC prize pack tomorrow afternoon to a random subscriber. So be sure to hit subscribe if you want to be eligible to win in our giveaway. Whitewater coach wants to know if that's funded by USBC or does USOC help out. It is funded by USBC. There's some ways that the Team USA program is funded, and one of the ways is this tournament. This tournament will help fund some of those expenses. Also, I believe $1 from the all events entry at the Open Championships goes towards the Team USA program, so that helps to fund the program as well. And to answer your question about how long do you bowl on Team USA, it's a 1-year term on the team. Is there a reason the World Cup rep is selected so far in advance of the event? The reason why that was added this year is to maybe give a little bit more of an incentive to folks who want to bowl, and an incentive to those folks who win the tournament. You're guaranteed to bowl in an international competition if you win the Team USA Trials now. So that's kind of the reason why it was added this time around. And actually, that used to be the case. The winner of this tournament used to represent Team USA at the World Cup. So we're just going back to that now. Women's standings from yesterday are available on bowl.com/Team USA Trials. If you don't see them, hit refresh. The women scheduled to begin, I would estimate, in about 2.5 hours. Sorry, 3.5 hours. Mr. Sports wants to know how will you notify us if we win and we aren't here. Well, I'd suggest that you be here. That would be the best way to know that you won. So be sure to tune into our broadcast tomorrow afternoon. And we'll send you a message to your YouTube account if you are the winner. You just need to respond back to that and we'll get you set up. We're giving away one USBC prize pack tomorrow afternoon, but you have to be a subscriber, so push subscribe to be eligible to win. C. Rowland wants to know how many qualify for Team USA. top 3 men, top 3 women are in our automatic spots, and the committee will select 2 more men, 2 more women. And the pattern today is Stockholm. We have a different pattern each day. Tomorrow is going to be Mexico City. I thank everybody who's tuning in. Approaching 800 viewers now on our broadcast. So thank you very much to everybody who helped spread the word. Josh Sang tweeted at me, "What do you think of Mike Dolan's shirt? I don't think it's bright enough." Well, it's pretty dark in here, so that makes everything kind of subdued, but it's definitely a very, very bright-looking shirt. Reed Ross's shirt is pretty bright, too, with that orange. By the way, thanks to everybody who retweeted my tweet on Twitter. 16 retweets. That's pretty good. Help spread the word about our broadcast today. Just got retweeted by USBC. And if you don't follow USBC on Twitter, it's the best way to get the latest headlines from USBC. Just twitter.com/USBC. You'll see all of the latest news and information. So be sure to follow us on Twitter. Ohio State champ wants to know how much it is it to bowl this tournament. If you entered before December 1st, it was $300. If you entered after December 1st, it went up to $350. Next year's tournament we expect to be around this same time. And it's going to be at Sunset Station here in Las Vegas. Sunset Station, a great host for our tournaments. The Masters is going to be there later on this month. SNY says it's about a $1,000 commitment, including food and lodging, correct? I'd say it varies person to person. Obviously, the entry fee, $300 if you get in early. Depending on where you're coming from, that's going to vary the flight price. Coming from Dallas, my flight was, I think I paid about $220. And then the hotel rooms are really very inexpensive here. And a lot of the players, they bunk up 2, 3, 4 players in a room. And, when the hotel's only $40 or $50 a night, you're not looking at very much of an expense there. And the buffet here at Station Casino is pretty cheap. $5 for breakfast, $7 for lunch, and $9 for dinner. So you can eat pretty cheap too. So it's not a huge financial burden to come out here and bowl this tournament. So save your pennies, and maybe next year you can come out here and join us. All right, we heard some clapping down on the low end at the end of that third game, and I have a feeling it was for Marshall Kent, because Marshall Kent shot .299 last game. .764 for the first 3 games for Marshall Kent. He's in the lead. Chris Bartle in second place at 761. EJ Tacket third at 760. Ivan Miyasato in fourth place at 753. Steve Smith fifth at 743. Vince Biondo 734. Chris Vi 730. Tyler Cruz 722. High scores today. Perry Crowell 720. Nathan Bohr 712. That's the top 10. So some good looking scores out there today in this third round at the Team USA trials. Let's see if we can find our leader after 2 rounds. Kyle King, he was the overall leader. He was having a rough go of it, and he still is. Only 555 for Kyle King. After 3 games, he's in 96th place. And if he were to stay that far down in the standings, his hopes of winning this tournament are virtually over. And his chances of making the top 3 and getting an automatic spot on Team USA would take a serious, serious hit. So the standings have the potential to be all jumbled up by the end of the day, the overall standings. Adam Johnson, who was in second place with, I believe, 14 points and 24th on this squad right now at 671. So Adam is kind of hanging in there. So that's the update after 3 of 7 games. Thanks to our IT staff for getting those into us in a prompt manner today. They're doing a good job with those scores. And Chris Vi was another one who was up there in the overall standings and bowling well again today. He's another one that has the potential to be the overall leader at the end of today. I want to remind everybody that PBA Experience Leagues are back. If you remember, the PBA Experience Leagues allow you to bowl in the same lane conditions that the pros bowl on and the same conditions you see on television from the PBA Tour. So if you're interested in testing your skills, seeing how you match up against the pros, sign up for a PBA Experience League today, or maybe even start one at your local bowling center. Talk to your bowling proprietor, see if you can get a PBA Experience League started. More information on the PBA Experience Leagues at bowl.com/sportbowling. For those of you on social networking, I encourage you to follow USBC on Twitter, twitter.com/USBC. So we're on Twitter at USBC. Lots of great news and information on there. You can head over there and retweet our post that USBC retweeted my post. So retweet that post, I guess, if that makes any sense. And let everybody know you're watching the broadcast today. And spread the word. Let's increase our viewer count. We're over 800 viewers right now, and we'd like to keep that going up here at the Team USA Trials. A very good number of viewers here today. As we're wrapping up game number 4. 3 more games to go in our men's division here today. And the women will be coming up a little bit later on today, probably, I'd say, in about a little more than 3 hours the women should get started. Take a look at the scoreboard. For those of you wondering where we're at in this game, we're in the 8th frame. Mike Devaney getting ready to step up on the right lane. Back to Devaney now, and just in time to watch him strike. Eric Cushman writes me on my Facebook page a question: how does the tournament decide who bowls on what lanes and what time? The tournament staff makes those decisions, and the squad times are, it's all the men are on one squad, the women are on one squad. So it's 2 squads, all men, all women, separated, and they just alternate start times each day. So the men start early today, the women will start early tomorrow. And as for the lane assignments, it's just kind of done, kind of randomly. I think they just do them alphabetically so that, you're matched up, like Mike Dolan and Mike Devaney are together. So Dolan and Devaney bowling on the same lane throughout the first 3 days. And then tomorrow, they're going to reseed the players based on the overall standings so that the players at the top of the overall standings will be matched up together for the final round. And for the last game tomorrow, we'll have the top 4 players on lanes 31 and 32, and hopefully that'll be the 4 players who have a chance to win the title. But in this format, you don't know, who's going to come away with it. It could be somebody coming up from outside of that top 4 tomorrow. So thanks, Eric, for the question. And Mary Withrow also posted on my my Facebook page, watching in Michigan. Thank you very much, Mary, for watching. Appreciate the post and appreciate you checking in. Devaney slaps around that 5-pin. Or a 3-bagger. Is there any way to watch a different pair, or are we stuck watching this pair the whole time? Sorry, you're stuck watching this pair the whole time. We pick one featured pair for the week, and that's who we show. Unfortunately, we're using 58 lanes here, so to be able to show every single lane would not be possible, unfortunately. So we do the best we can, and we give you a featured pair, and keep you updated on this pair, and had a good variety of folks, a lot of different folks who've been on this pair. I don't think we've had a lot of repeats on our featured pair on the men's side. Scoreboard as we're in the 10th frame now. Heather Morks with a comment on my Facebook page says, shout out to Kevin Jones. Go Kevin. So thanks, Heather, for checking in on Facebook. Again, the standings are available on bowl.com/Team USA Trials, updated pretty much after each game if you're interested in seeing the standings. Just off to the left there, I think we may have just had a 300. We did. Nick Powers with a 300 game. It's hard to tell on these scoreboards when we have a perfect game going. But 300 game for Nick Powers, so congratulations to Nick. Just to the left of our featured pair. Devaney up to finish up game 4. He can strike out for 234. And leaves the 4-pin. Games 5, 6, and 7 coming up after this one. As we are closing out game 4. So Bueno with a strike to double in the 10th for him. 179 in the 9th for Toby. He can strike out for 209. Devaney up for his fill. He can get to 213. And he does. Take a look at the scoreboard for you. 213 for Mike Devaney. Looks like Reed Ross high on the pair, 222. And Sam Bueno fills it up in the 10th for 209. That brings to a close game number 3. Or sorry, game number 4. We've got 3 to go. And game number 5 going to be getting underway shortly here on Bowl TV. Be sure to stick around, stay tuned. And should be any moment now before they start with game number 5. Welcome back to our continuing coverage of the Team USA trials live from Texas Station. Lucas Wiseman of USBC here with you. We are in game number 5 of round 3 in the men's division. Joining us now, Neil Stremmel, Managing Director of National Governing Body for USBC. Welcome, Neil.
Welcome, thank you.
And
nothing but excitement going on again today.
Yeah, I think just kind of glancing at the standings, it seems like our overall standings might get jumbled up a little bit after today, because some of the folks who are doing well, like Kyle King, is having a struggle today. So I think we could see a shakeup in the standings today in this new system. Yeah,
it's definitely a completely different pattern out there today. It's a short pattern. Definitely got to play pretty close to the gutter, whether you're right-handed or left-handed. And makes it unique. And this is a very typical pattern we see in international competition, so it's important to us to see how people compete on it.
We've had some high scores and some not so good scores today. What did you expect from this pattern, and are you seeing what you kind of expected?
I expected to see a lot of high scores. So if people are struggling and their scores aren't so high, they aren't they aren't watching what's going on around them, because the scores are definitely out there to get, and you just got to know how to attack this pattern.
We've seen a lot of success from some of the players throwing urethane equipment out there. I don't know if you've noticed that. It seems like a few of the players have been doing well. Tacket was on our featured pair a couple games ago throwing a urethane ball, and we do see a lot of that in international competition, don't we, on these short patterns?
Yep, exactly. On the short pattern, you see the urethane ball, and there's really only a couple that are still made today. So a lot of the balls that get used are older vintage on this pattern. But anybody that's got any decent amount of hand, you got to definitely back off on the ball, because you don't want to overreact on the back end, because so much of the lane is dry on this pattern, and it's critical. You got to be able to control it, and it's, as it breaks down, it's really hard to move left. Your history and typical person's history in a house shot is, for a right-hander, is you move left, and as the pattern opens up. But usually all that does is give you a little bit more hang, not as much recovery, and it's not a good move. The better move is to speed it up, loft it further down the lane, something to stay on that same path, stay on that same target line.
Neil Stremmel is our guest, Managing Director of National Governing Body for USBC. Neil, how many folks are going to make Team USA here this week?
Yeah, for the men's team and the women's team, there'll be 5 more, 5 more each added to the team, and for the junior boys and the junior girls, Team USA, there'll be 4 and 4. So that means we're adding 14 this week, and just in each of the different categories. So.
And some of those are automatic, some of them are picks.
Yeah, for the guys and the girls, the top 3 automatically make the team, and that's based on the new point ranking system that we've been talking about. And then there's 2 selections, so two men, 2 women will get selected to be added on the team. And then for the junior team, 2 are automatic. The top 2 boys and top 2 girls, as far as the standing goes, automatically get selected. And then there's 2 additional selections, made by the National Selection Committee.
And talking about those selections, I know you're not on the selection committee. This week it's Rod Ross and Tony Manna, who's a former Team USA member. What are some things you think that they look at in making those selections? What's important to them?
Yeah, there's a lot of things that are important. Since total pins isn't necessarily a key automatic bid onto the team, they'll be looking at total pins over the course of the day. They'll be looking at some of those top players that don't get the automatic bid, and they'll look at them and say, how coachable are they? What's their attitude? Are we going to be able to make that person a better bowler? Is that person going to, be able to compete well and do well in international competition? So it's not something that's always concrete. It's not always numbers, but typically we start with numbers to get there.
It's of course, I have nothing to do with the selections. I just write about them. But pure speculation on my point is Mike Fagan is an example of somebody who's been on Team USA the past couple of years, not having a great tournament. He's down in the in the 70s, I think, in the standings. Is it possible that somebody like Mike Fagan, even though he's having a bad tournament, could still get picked to be on the team?
Yeah, definitely. It's always possible because the example you choose is an excellent one. He's been on the team before. We know what he's capable of. Obviously, we've seen him on TV, what have you, and if he can come through, and I don't know what he's doing today, but I wouldn't be surprised if he's putting up a pretty decent number today, and I wouldn't be surprised if he puts up a great number tomorrow. Tomorrow the score should be lower, but somebody like Michael would have a good opportunity to make a big move, and if you can win a block or do well on a couple of blocks, even though you didn't do well on all four, that's just part of what gets looked at. And so I don't think anybody's really out of the race until it's truly over.
And I think another thing that is important to keep in mind is that the selection committee is not looking just at what they did this week. They will sometimes look at what the players have done in the past. So it's beneficial for some of these players to bowl in this tournament every year because it's more exposure to the selection committee. They're going to look at their past as well as what they've done this week to determine who's going to make it onto the team.
Yeah, you're exactly right. There's some people that have come very close over the last couple of years, and that just makes them more noticeable. More you're going to pay attention to these bowlers, and if they come close again, it's like, hey, over the course of a few years, this person's been right there every time, and maybe with some coaching from the excellent coaches we have with Team USA, maybe that person's going to make that move and take a step up. So it might be somebody we want to jump on. And
I think that's probably even more true for Junior Team USA than it is for Team USA because they're looking to develop talent.
You're exactly right. It's more true with Junior Team, but it's true for both. Cameron Doyle's a good example. Somebody that's won a PBA regional title a couple of years ago, beating Walter Ray Williams. He's come very close the last couple of years. He's right up there again, doing well. And if he doesn't have the automatic bid, if he's right up there, he's definitely got a good chance to make either team, in my opinion. So it's stuff like that that's important. You're never out of it. It's important for all the bowlers here to remember that you're never out of it, and you want to maintain your attitude, not lose your composure, try on every shot, because internationally we see it where people are they're lost. But if you're bowling as part of a team, you cannot give up. You have to always try. You have to always give your best, and everybody's looking at you, and you can't lose your composure either, especially if you're representing the United States of America.
That's right. Neil Stremmel's our guest, and there's a kind of a critical question in the chat for you, Neil. What's the point to have the team trials if the selection committee is going to pick whoever they want?
Say that again?
What's the point of having the trials if the selection committee just picks whoever they want? Well, there's automatic spots.
Yeah,
so
there's automatic spots. So, if you feel like the selection committee is not ever going to pick you, well, earn your way on. Be one of the top three, and you'll be there. Over the years, it's pretty common to select, the next couple that are right in line. But there's other years where, based on age requirements for junior team, based on right-handed, left-handed, we want to make sure we have enough lefties but not too many lefties on the team, things like that. Sometimes we have to step down and pick some additional spots further down the lineup. So, that's part of their job. It's to make sure we have the best team that can represent the United States, win gold medals at whatever competitions we're going to. And I would have to say, over the past couple of years, we've shown that that committee has shown that they know what they're doing and how to pick some of the best bowlers around.
Question in our chat: what time will the ladies come on the stream? They're scheduled to start at 1:40. I would guess it'll probably be closer to 2 or 2:10. So probably about 2 o'clock. You can count on checking back in with us if you want to watch the ladies. Joined by Neil Stremmel, USBC's Managing Director of National Governing Body, which is a fancy way for saying that he's in charge of all the technical important stuff at USBC and Team USA.
Yeah, we try to be fancy, but when it gets down to it, yeah,
Well, what are some areas that you oversee at USBC to give people an idea of what you do?
Yeah, in addition to Team USA and coaching, there's the Equipment Spec Committee, or the Equipment Specifications Department. I've been part of that department for over 10 years now. And then, some facilities stuff. I helped build the training center, and so therefore, facilities type area is another area that I have under me. So it's making sure the buildings down in Texas are not too warm and not too cold, which is not a successful thing for me too often. But it's those kind of things. But it's also working with IBSIA as part of their board. It's being on the coaching and technical committee with WTBA to help from a world bowling standpoint.
And we also, you mentioned it, touched on it, the International Training and Research Center in Arlington, Texas. Talk a little bit about that and opportunities out there for bowlers who may be interested in going to the ITRC. Yeah,
the ITRC is a building that we put together to not only do training but to do research. So we have Earl, we have all the balls and pins that ever get approved have to go through that building and get tested and approved by all the different equipment. We have the training side, which is an exercise facility, meeting rooms, offices for the coaches for Team USA, Rod Ross and then Kim Terrell Kearney sit out there, and those are the people that are going to work with you if you come to the training center and you come to get some coaching, get some training, or it's even one of the big things we do there is for coaches. We get coaches certified and set up and help them become better coaches to go out and be better coaches for all the bowlers, get bowlers more excited in the sport of bowling. If you get a bowler hooked, you get a bowler for life, and if we can get those coaches to be better coaches out there and get the bowlers excited about bowling, get them some tips that get them hooked into the game, we're going to be able to grow the sport of bowling. So it's a place where we can help bowlers, we can help teams. We've had teams from around the world come and bowl there. We've obviously had Team USA there, but it's also a key for bowlers or for coaches as well to get the coaches up to speed and get them to learn some new tips and tricks that they can pass along to the rest of the bowlers across the country.
And don't forget, bowlingitrc.com is where you can find more information.
Of
on
course,
the training
thank you.
center. And Rod Ross, he's the head coach there. And he was just up here talking to me for a minute, and he's walking around watching the bowling this week. He's one of the ones who's going to be making those selections tomorrow evening. As we're joined by Neil Stremmel, USBC Managing Director of National Governing Body, watching Game 5 in progress, halfway through Game 5. If you're looking for standings, they are updated after each game on bowl.com, bowl.com/Team USA Trials. And Neil, what are some of the benefits of being on Team USA and Junior Team USA?
Yeah, good questions. The first benefit that I see, and I don't know if everybody realizes this, but we have camps for all of the teams. So they come into the ITRC and they get to work with the coaches, and we have the ability to measure so many different aspects of the game and so many different physical aspects of the bowler. So I would say the biggest benefit is just getting to work with the coaches, work with people like Nick Bohannon, who will take some physical measurements of the bowlers as far as grip strength between right and left, ab and back strength, and even things like the broad jump, what have you, and we're taking a look at all these different aspects and trying to determine what areas would be best for each bowler to help them improve the most efficiently, the quickest. It may be something as simple as how well we measure how good people are at adjusting their speeds or adjusting their rev rate or their axis of rotation. And some bowlers are great at it and some aren't. And we kind of try to determine, hey, if that's something you're not good at, if that's something we can work on, that can really help your game. For example, here you know, if your X's rotation is 90 degrees, you know, you're just going to see a jump. Your ball is just going to jump off the back of that pattern. You really need to be able to get up behind the ball and get that axis rotation down, and that gets the ball further down the lane, doesn't overreact, and much smoother reaction. And if that's something you're not good at, that's something that the coaching team, coaching staff is going to work with you on. And so just getting to be part of the team, I think honestly that is the best benefit of being on the team. Now, of course, the other benefits are you get selected to go to Tournament of Americas or one of the World Championships or even a PABCON championship. You get to go represent your country. You get to travel. And it's a fun and exciting time. I tell you, when you represent the U.S., all the other countries, they're interested in what you're doing. I mean, I've had my picture taken with people from other countries. They have no idea who I am, but I'm wearing USA on my back, and they're like, oh, let's get a picture with him. So, of course, they say it in some foreign language. I don't know what they're saying. They're probably saying, oh, look at the tall, funny-looking guy, and that's why they want their picture with me. But it's just things like that. I think there's a lot of benefits, but it's really the basic one, in my opinion, that's the biggest, and that's just working with the team, working with the other players, working with the coaching staff.
So a lot of benefits for those players who are fortunate enough to make the team, and it's tough to get there. There was some chat this morning about whether it's right that certain players are selected in advance of this tournament to be on Team USA. What's the thought process behind adding the pros and not making them qualify for a spot on the team?
Yeah, the original reason and thought process for adding the pros was back to the Olympic movement. All the other sports have gone to professionals being on the teams, whether it's basketball or baseball or soccer, tennis, what have you. And the reason why the Olympic movement pushed for that is they want the best athletes from each country representing their country. Going back to basketball, Team USA basketball years ago was always a bunch of amateurs out of college, and they're competing against virtually professionals from other countries. That was their job, was to play basketball for the national team. And so when we'd win or we'd lose, it was kind of like, well, what does it matter? And so having all these other sports go to professionals made it obvious to us, and we've had discussions with the IOC that, hey, we need to have the best bowlers representing. And that's true for Australia. Andrew Frawley, Jason Belmonte for Australia are now able to bowl for their country. Mika Korvanyeme able to bowl for Finland, et cetera, et cetera. And obviously we have our bowlers able to bowl for our country. So from a world standpoint, they want the best bowlers from each country to represent their country, and that's really where that comes from. So now having the selection, we want to have a process where we go through, and if you've represented Team USA in the past, have been a professional bowler, what have you. Many of the top professional bowlers have been on Team USA in the past now, so we ask them to submit a resume, and we go through those resumes, and we're gonna pre-select some people. That allows us to know that we're always going to have a good core of bowlers to choose from to represent the United States.
Because the whole goal is to win gold medals.
Exactly.
That's it. And the way you win gold medals is you have the best players on the team, the best players available.
Well put.
It's pretty simple, right? I mean, you want to win, you get the best players that are going to help you win.
I guess my comments were getting political because when you get into a long, elaborate explanation, I'm trying to explain it. But when you get down to it, you put it very well, short and sweet. We got to win gold medals. We want to have the best players on the team. And
I don't think you can debate whether the selection committee has done a good job or not, because Team USA has won a lot of gold medals in recent years.
Yeah, in the last few years, we have been dominating. From female standpoint or the male standpoint, we've done very well in the last several years. So we want to continue that trend. Even though we continue to go out there and dominate worldwide, they don't hate us, they still love us. And that's one great thing about bowling on Team USA is, you know, the rest of the world thinks we have it made and have all the best players, but somehow they don't, you know, we're not the Yankees. They, you know, either you love us or you hate us. For the most part, they all love us still. And I think that comes from our attitude and how we represent ourselves. You know, the players that go out, the bowlers that go out and represent Team USA do it in the right way, and very proud of them.
Joined by Neil Stremmel, Managing Director of National Governing Body for USBC. Neil, talk about Team USA trials for 2013. When's that going to be? Where's it going to be?
Yeah, 2013, next year, we're going to be in Las Vegas again, but we're going to be in Sunset Station. And it's important for us to be in Sunset Station because next year the Combined World Championships will be held over the summer in Sunset Station in Las Vegas. So, actually Henderson. So it's important for us to pick the team on the lanes that you know, we're going to be bowling on for the World Championship. So I want to know who's going to be bowling well there, and I know Rod and the National Selection Committee wants to know who's bowling well there, because that's the place where we're going to be bowling for the World Championship. So that should be fun and exciting. It's about the same time frame next year. We're actually going to start it more in the middle of the week and go over the weekend. So it's going to, you know, start off more on a Wednesday and go through Sunday as opposed to, you know, Monday through Friday. So hopefully we can get a few more people out there. And it starts on, I'd have to have the calendar in front of me, but I think it starts on the 4th or the 5th next year. So that'll be good for us, and should get us some good members of the team. And you know, it's great to be able to bowl in, you know, like Texas Station or Sunset Station, because, you know, we get good room rates at these places, and you can stay. Basically, you're staying at the bowling center, so you can walk down from your room, walk right to the bowling center. You don't have to have a rental car. You don't have to travel across the city to go bowl. You can just stay right here in the hotel, go right downstairs, bowl in the bowling center. Just, it's nice, quick, and easy. And
I don't know. Sometimes I feel like I need a rental car or a golf cart just to get around in the casinos here because they're so big.
Well, I can't argue with you there.
Just because you're in one building, but I mean, there's, you know, at these casinos, there's 5 restaurants, a food court, movie theater, bowling. It's everything, you know.
Yeah, and I think they want you to get lost.
They do. So, yeah, I think so.
So you can find all this stuff or get lost and just keep gambling, so you don't find your way out of there. But as long as you follow the signs, you can manage to get yourself to the bowling center, and it'll be a benefit again next year to be able to have the bowling center and the hotel connected. It'll be easy for the bowlers, and you can stay right there at a good room rate, nice hotel, and then go right to the lanes. We'll have 72 lanes next year, so that'll be a benefit. We can accommodate more bowlers, and looking forward to it. Should be fun.
Do you think next year's team trials, the bowlers that are picked to be on Team USA prior to this event, do you think that we will encourage them to bowl team trials next year since it's at Sunset, the same location as the World Championships?
Yeah, we definitely will. We did that a little this year, and we had a couple of the girls, you know, Shannon and Liz are still here bowling. But next year it'll be a little more crucial. It'll be nice for anybody that's already on the team to bowl and work on those same patterns on those same lanes. So we're definitely going to encourage that. So it should be a good turnout, and just trying to learn as much as we can about those lanes. And when we pick the patterns, we're going to be trying to guess on what the patterns might be for that event later in the year, and hopefully it allows us to pick the best team. You know, like we said, we pre-select 5 men and 5 women to the team, but we travel with 6. So I mean, we're definitely going to have at least one, if not more, come from, you know, the team trials. Not to mention the winner of the team trials here, for the men and the women, they're going to represent the United States for at the AMF World Cup. So going back to the question from before, another answer of, you know, why do we even have the team trials if we're just going to select our people? You know, there's still a lot going on. We still are going to use some people from this and the winners are going to represent the U.S. no matter what. So you have your opportunity. So hopefully that helps. Hopefully that helps people come out and want to bowl, and hopefully we get the best team we can possibly get.
Watching our live coverage of the Team USA trials here on Bowl TV, Neil Stremmel is our special guest for this game. And
how long is the pattern today?
Yeah, I know that. I know the answer.
Oh,
34.
You in the front row, Mr. Wiseman. 34. Yes, that's correct.
Stockholm, named after a marvelous city. I don't know if you've been to Stockholm before.
Only once.
Yeah, it's beautiful. It's really nice.
It's pretty short, but yeah, it's a classic city up there, like Helsinki or Riga. Those are good places to visit. But it's a host of a Summer Olympic city, and hence one of the reasons why we have the Stockholm pattern. All the patterns are named after Summer Olympic cities of the past. So any city that's hosted the Summer Olympics has a chance of being named a WTBA pattern. I know it's very exciting for the city.
Exactly. So sorry, if you've never hosted the Summer Olympics, you're not going to have a pattern named after you. So I don't think we're going to see the Shreveport pattern anytime soon. Or
no, Las Vegas pattern, probably not.
No, probably not the Las Vegas pattern. But we got Los Angeles pattern, but we're not using that this week.
Got Atlanta, Montreal, Mexico City. Those are the 4 from the American zone.
Yeah.
There's 4 from each zone also.
Make it fair. Gotta spread
gotta
it out,
spread
right?
that out too. Yeah. Also helps me remember.
Is Neil bowling the WTBA event later this month? I guess that would be the WTBA International Open. I don't think you are.
No, I'm not. I'm going to be making up. I don't even think I'm going to be able to attend and watch, which is unfortunate. But it should be a great event. There's several events back to back with that. The WTBA stop, World Tour stop, as well as the Masters and the International Eliminator, all back to back here in Las Vegas. It should be a lot of good bowling, all back to back. I think we should get a great turnout for all those events.
Neil Stremmel is our guest here on the broadcast for our sort of wrapping up the men's squad. They are wrapping up Game 5 right now, so 2 more games to go. The women probably going to start, you say about 2 o'clock?
Yeah, I'd say about 2:15.
Yeah. So we're running a little bit behind schedule, but not too bad today.
Yeah, part of the scheduling is just the fact that we had such a great turnout, and 145 men and 80 women is the biggest turnout we've had in, 4 or 5 years anyways. So very, very happy to see that.
And 145, I think, was our magic number to make 5 on every pair across the house, right?
It was, and we have sign-ups here, so people are able to walk in and sign up. But we were a little nervous. We were going to get too many, and that's a good problem to have. But wasn't going to leave us with a lot of options on how to deal with more than 5 on a pair. But it worked out great. And next year we'll have more lanes, so hopefully this event continues to grow and we're able to have even more bowlers next year.
I keep telling people who are watching who want to bowl, I say, start saving your pennies now. If you start saving now, especially if you're a youth bowler in college, save that allowance or get a part-time job. You can come and bowl next year. You got a whole year to plan for it, so why not?
Get a job at a of bowling center,
there
and then usually they give you free bowling.
You can practice.
And you can practice and make some money and save it up. But one of the great things about Vegas is you can get here on a direct flight from almost anywhere, and it's a relatively inexpensive flight. And then the room rates that we get at Sunset Station next year will be $39 a night on the weekday and a little bit more on the weekend. But it's it's just a very good rate and allows this to be a much more affordable event. So, and if you sign up before our cutoff, you'll be able to save $50 as well. This year it was $300 before December 5th, and then it was $300 before December 5th and $350 if you signed up after, or even if you walked up, it was $350. So I don't know if it'll be that same amount next year or if that's going to go up slightly. we have to discuss that. You know, we cut back on the number of games, so if we're going to keep the games down to 7 instead of 9 as they were last year, we'll probably try to keep that entry fee down. So I think it's a very reasonable tournament to come bowl. You get to bowl with, you know, some of the very best bowlers in the country, and compare yourself to them, bowl next to them, talk with them, what have you. Should be a good event next year. I'm really it's a year away, but I'm already looking forward to it.
And it's a good way to test your skills if you wonder how you match up against some of these players, or you want to know, how you fare in competition on these lane conditions. It's a good way to measure where your bowling game is at without a whole lot of risk, because if you get a lot of games over the course of a week, it's not a terribly expensive investment to come out here and bowl. If you can get a couple of your buddies to come out and bowl, you get 3 people come along with you. You got 4 folks who can share a hotel room and keep it real cheap. Eat the buffet for lunch every day and just eat a lot at the buffet. You can get away with 1 meal. You can do it real cheap if you come out here and bowl this tournament.
The Lucas Wiseman travel experience.
Yeah, exactly.
Follow that.
Either eat the buffet cheap or find somebody else to pay for your meal. That's a good rule.
That works well.
Yeah, it does work well, and it keeps the cost down for sure.
Easier said than done.
That is true. That is true.
But yeah, we're looking good. Only a couple more games here, and after today, there's one more day tomorrow. Mexico City will be the pattern tomorrow, and it's definitely one of the tougher patterns. So we're going to finish on a tough note, on a strong note, however you want to put it. So it should be interesting.
Well, we're looking forward to it. Neil, thanks for stopping in and chatting with us this game. Appreciate it.
No problem. Thank you.
Yeah. I'm sure if anybody wants to find you, you'll be up at the buffet.
Yep, paying for other people's meals. Yes. That's the way to do it.
Thanks again for stopping in. Appreciate it. And we are in the middle of this men's block, wrapping it up. Game 5 is coming to a close. Give you a look at the scoreboard here as we're in the 10th frame of this 5th game. We're going to try to give you an update on the overall standings after this game. I've asked our IT folks to pass along an update so that we can see where we would be if this squad ended at 5 games. So they're going to work on that, hopefully get it for us after 5 games. I think we're going to have some dramatic changes in the top of that leaderboard coming up today. We'll make sure we keep you updated on the final scores this game as we wrap up game number 5. that brings an end to Game 5. Take a look at the final scores for you. We are going to take a commercial break while we are between games here, so back in just a couple of minutes here live on Bowl TV with the continuation of this men's squad here at the Team USA Trials.
Bowl TV has a new address. All of the video features, coaching tips, and live events you've been watching for years are still available on bowl.com, but now there's a new YouTube home for all things bowling. Bowl TV has its own channel, and it's so easy to find. YouTube.com/BowlTV. That's it. And you never know what you'll see. If you've previously been following us on the Grow the Sport channel, it will still be there, but very soon all new videos will only be available on the Bowl TV channel. So please take the time to subscribe today. That way you'll be among the first to know as soon as a new video is posted or a live event gets underway. There are big things happening on Bowl TV. Don't miss a minute. Click on subscribe and let the good times roll.
Goodbye, Joe. Me gotta go, me oh my oh. Me gotta go, pull the B-road down the bayou. My chili sweet for me, me oh my oh. Son of a gun, we're gonna have big fun on the bayou.
Get ready to bowl the bayou in 2012 as the USBC Open Championships heads to the River Center in Baton Rouge, Louisiana.
Pick guitar, Bill Jar, and Gale. Son of a gun, we're gonna have big fun on the bayou.
Bowlers return to the Cajun capital for the first time since 2005, and the city of Baton Rouge is ready to roll out the red carpet for all bowlers. In the Cajun capital of food and fun, there's something for everyone in Baton Rouge. And with millions of dollars in side games and brackets on the line, there's more than one way to come home a winner. Visit the Open Championships page at bowl.com to reserve your spot.
Son of a gun, we're gonna have big fun on the bayou.
The United States Bowling Congress is shaping the future of bowling, helping kids learn the sport the right way, and awarding thousands of scholarships every year. USBC supports Special Olympics and America's Best when they go for the gold as the home and heart of Team USA. We're reaching for new heights in research, raising the bar with spectacular national tournaments, and have raised millions of dollars to help fight cancer and support veterans. Visit bowl.com to learn more.
In 2012, the Women's Championships returns to the most prestigious venue in the sport, the National Bowling Stadium in Reno, Nevada. Bowlers are headed back west in 2012, and they will find plenty of off-the-lanes fun in the city of Reno. Downtown Reno has a new sports and entertainment development next to the bowling stadium. If you bowl early in the year, enjoy some of the best skiing in the country. In the spring and summer, Lake Tahoe provides a breathtaking outdoor escape, and championship golf courses are just minutes away. The Reno Sparks Convention and Visitors Bureau, Reno area hotels, and USBC Travel will be there to make sure your team's trip to Reno is a memorable one. And with an expected prize fund of more than $2 million, there's plenty of ways for you to cash in on the lanes. Visit the Women's Championships page of bowl.com and reserve your spot.
Welcome back to our continuing live coverage here on Bowl TV of the Team USA Trials. Featured pair this game. Here's a look at who we've got for you. Got Game 6 currently in progress. Game 7 will be coming up next, and that'll wrap up Day 3 for the men. And the women will be coming up this afternoon. I think they're probably going to start around 2:15 Pacific. I'm going to be running a little bit behind schedule. We'll make up a little bit of the time when Eric re-oils the lanes. Women were scheduled to start at 1:40 today. Like I said, that's going to probably be pushed back a little bit. Game 5 just ended a few minutes ago, so they're working on those standings. Hopefully we'll have them for you soon. It takes a few minutes after each game to get those into the system. Watching our live coverage of the Team USA trials here on Bowl TV. Lucas Wiseman here with you as we're in Game 6 on our men's featured pair. The women will be coming up a little bit later on today. Take a look at the scoreboard here in this game. I want to remind everybody the USBC Masters is coming up later on this month. Unfortunately, won't have live coverage for you here on Bowl TV, but there will be live streaming by our friends at PBA's Extra Frame service. Masters are part of the PBA Tour. We'll have complete updates for you and videos on bowl.com, however, each day. And looking at doing a live chat again this year, like we did last year. I hosted a live chat during the match play portion of the event. And I think we'll do that again this year, so be on the lookout for that as well. If you're interested in bowling in the Masters, still time to get signed up. Bowl.com/Masters for more information on that event. Still waiting for an update on the scores. Hopefully we'll get one soon. I know it's been a while since we gave you one. Mr. Sports wants to know how would someone go about getting a job with USBC or at the ITRC. You can go to bowl.com and scroll down and see the careers link, and that'll tell you the job openings at USBC at the bowling campus. So check that out if you're interested in working at the bowling campus. Lane condition today is the Stockholm pattern, 34 feet in length, shortest pattern of the week. Nice split conversion there by Kevin Jones. Picks up the 210. Another game and a half to go here in our men's division. Watching our live coverage on Bowl TV of the Team USA trials. Lucas Wiseman here with you. Just went back and checked with our IT team. Should have scores here momentarily, and they're going to give us an overall look at where we stand. So for today, after 5 games, looks like E.J. Tacket in the lead at 1274. Marshall Kent in second place at 1252. Ivan Miyasato in third at 1211. Chris Bartle fourth at 1206. Chris Vi rounds out the top 5 at 1196. That is just for this squad. As far as the race goes for the overall, if the standings stayed exactly the same as they were after Game 5, unlikely, of course, but if they did, Chris Vi would be the overall leader with 34 points. Marshall Kent would be second with 37 points, and Adam Johnson would be third with 39 points. Kyle King, who was the leader after 2 rounds, is currently in 107th place and would drop from first place to 28th place if the standings remain the same. So right now, if the standings remain the same, Chris Vi would be your leader after day 3. That's the standings for today should be up on the website momentarily. And Eric Pearson joining us back here again on our broadcast. Welcome back, Eric.
How you doing?
Pretty good. What are you seeing out there?
A lot of haves and have-nots. How's that? Handful of guys just killing them. Lots of people just absolutely lost, not sure what to do, and a whole lot of people right in the middle.
Some of the guys that are killing them are E.J. Tacket, Marshall Kent.
Yeah, lots of speed.
And
EJ's still throwing the pink hammer.
All right.
He's revving it up pretty good, but he's his line hasn't changed anything from what we saw over here on the TV pair, and it's, what, 3 games later? It's just, firing it around first arrow out to about 2 board. He's very comfortable. He's joking around, having a good time.
By the way, Marshall Kent is just off to our left, and looks like he's going to shoot 235 this game. So that will bring down his average a bit. He was averaging 250.4 coming into this game. Chris Vi is another player we're keeping an eye on. We just gave the update, Eric. If the standings remained as they are right now after 5 games, Chris Vi would be the overall leader.
Okay, that makes sense.
Kyle King would go from first place to 28th place because he's on 107th today, and he's got a chance to shoot 200 this game, but he's not exactly lighting it up. And I'm not sure where Chris Vi is bowling. He was not too far away from us at one point. I'm not sure how far away he's wandered.
Yeah, I'm real interested to see the when they update the rankings, how much the names move. There's going to be a handful that don't move a whole lot, but
yeah, we've got it after 5 games. If it stayed the same, it would be Chris Vi at 34 points and Marshall Kent at 37 points,
okay.
Adam Johnson 39. I'll be honest with you, it's a little bit more points than I thought we'd see.
It's a lot more than I thought.
Yeah, to be in the lead.
Originally coming into it, I was kind of thinking maybe high 20s to mid 30s for the final.
Yeah.
I mean, those numbers could easily get to the, with tomorrow's pattern being tough, those numbers could get into the 60s.
To win the tournament, you think?
I don't know about to win, but
to be in the top 3?
If you think about it, I mean, say they stay right there. Let's say they don't change at all. And tomorrow, even if, Steve Smith leads the squad,
right?
He's 56, and the other guys finish anywhere in the 20s or 30s.
Yeah, still has a chance.
That number could be up in the 50s or 60s, depending on how they jump around. That's kind of what I was hoping to see. A lot of times you want to see who's the most versatile, and in the last couple of years, you get like a guy like John Janowitz, when he has a good week, he finishes 1st, 3rd, 6th, and 20th.
Yeah.
And you see that number be 30 or less. That's kind of what I was expecting to see out of at least 2 players, if not 3 or 4. But then you see Michael Fagan. Well, there's one of them.
Yeah.
Bad first day. He's not going to finish with a 30-point total, So, yeah, I'm really surprised. And it really does come down to the guys that are consistent, like Daniel here, Lamais. Just real solid.
And one thing to note is as we look at this overall standings, obviously not set, but the top 4 are all youth bowlers.
Yeah, they were. Top 3 were last night, and I think it was maybe top 5.
Yeah.
Going into today, the top 5 were all youth. That's made quite a bit of a change, but so what's like? Yeah, he's having a bad day.
Yeah, Chris Eric's son is 68th so far today.
He's grinding out like 190 to 215 every game. No 220s, 230s.
We're getting
this game. He needs to double in the 10th, I think, for 210 or 220. Just can't seem to. Can't put together a middle of a game, a 4-bagger or a 5-bagger where you've got that 230, 240, 250 chance. He's just not doing that.
And we're getting a report in the chat that Chris Vai shot 278 in Game 6. If that's the case, then that would give him a real good chance to be our overall leader, the two-hander, if that is true.
1 game to go?
Yeah, after this one, we'll have 1 game left, yep. And it's 12:30 here, so I'd say it'd take you about 45 minutes to run the lanes, you think, today?
Yep,
for the
45 to 50 should be done. I'm only going to do 1 through 44, 2 machines, so try to get out of the way quick.
So we can make up a little bit of time. I think that probably pretty close to 2 o'clock is when we'll get started with the women's squad.
Yeah, we were close to that the other day.
So about
this is very interesting.
30 minutes behind schedule.
The point system is really, it's kind of serving its purpose in a way, but just think the numbers are a little higher than people expected. But when you're looking at it, then the higher that is, the better it is for the event, I think.
Sure.
Because now those players that are kind of marginal or have kind of a rough day can still look at it and go, hey, I use my son as an example. I go out and finish in the teens every day, teens to 20s. And then you think, you're going to be in the 50s or 60s. That's not going to be high enough. Well, now it's starting to look like that's a possibility.
Yeah, and
especially with the toughest pattern tomorrow, or what we think is going to be the toughest pattern.
And with the score, with the points being as high as they are, that puts so much emphasis on each block, and especially as we get to the end of this block and this last game. If you can come out here in this last game or two and shoot like Liz Johnson, 260, 270, you can move up 30 spots in the standings.
Correct. Yep.
And that would be huge for somebody like Chris, for example.
That's what I told Chris. He was basically even going in. I said, why don't you go shoot, just for the heck of it, shoot, 250, 240 and go 110 over and watch your name end up on the second screen.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, move right up the standings into the top 30.
I think it scrolls through like 12 names per screen. I go find a way to sneak up into that second screen, see what happens. He's not thinking that as he's bowling. He's kind of dejected. He's not bowling real well. I know he's not repeating shots. Half his shots are through the nose because he's just trying to throw the ball down the lane. So
and we saw it yesterday with Liz, because Liz, after 5 games, wasn't doing a whole lot, and she was in 32nd place. And then she said she just got the right ball in her hand, got in the right spot, and shot 260, 260, and moved up 30 spots in the standings.
And that's huge.
And that's massive for her,
Really,
especially in the women's division.
Especially in the women's, because those point totals are going to be quite a bit smaller.
Yeah, because there's less bowlers.
Less
Only
bowlers.
80 bowlers.
Yep.
Yeah.
Less bowlers, and I think you have a little bit of separation. You can definitely name the top, experience-wise, who you consider the top 4 or 5 players in the field. They kind of, Liz Johnson kind of stands out. Deandra kind of stands out,
Leanne Holzenberg.
Leanne's not too bad, huh?
Yeah. Tammy Turner.
So, yep.
And then some of the youngsters like Danielle McEwen, who's having a good tournament so
Very
far.
good, yep.
So it's going to be very interesting to see where we stand in this with the men's points. I think it's going to be an exciting finish tomorrow, and quite honestly, it might be a kind of a crazy finish to figure out who's going to win tomorrow if it's so bunched up and so high.
I got to believe after the 7th game tomorrow, you're going to have about 30 people wanting to hang around to see, is there, because the other thing they're going to look at is go, okay, say I'm not one of the top 3 in automatic, but what if out of my 4 blocks I had 3 pretty decent blocks, maybe a 15, a 19, a 12, maybe my other one's quite a bit higher, but what are the coaches, what are they going to look at?
Yeah, the coaches definitely look at this, and they look at those total points, and the lower your points, the more impressed they are.
They might look a little bit at total pins backwards from how they really want to do it. They might take a glance at that, but and then it's who are those people? Let's say you have a Janowitz that has 2 really strong days, a kind of a mediocre day, and maybe a rough day. But if his name's somewhere in the top 10 or 12, how do you overlook somebody like that has a good track record? And
it's going to be interesting to see how this thing shapes up. I don't think any of us really expected that it would be this jumbled up and this many points.
I didn't at this point. I didn't. Not at all.
I mean, I wasn't real surprised to see somebody at 10 and 14 after yesterday, and if that jumps up into the 30s and 40s potentially after today,
that's what I was kind of.
Yeah, it's a big jump.
Obviously, kind of cheering for my son. That's what I was kind of hoping was going to happen. I'm like, just hang in there.
Yeah.
You're at somewhere in the 30s. I'm like, just try to finish in the top 15 or so and see what happens.
We're just wrapping up Game 6. Final shots coming up.
John Janowitz, guys like that, they're going to bowl good sooner or later. So.
And John is one of those guys who's been moving up in the standings. Steve Smith, another one.
Yes.
Team USA member in 2011.
And then, for some of the other guys, AJ here, up near the top for a couple days, he, it's kind of new to him. He's maybe putting a little pressure on himself. Maybe he's a little surprised of where he's at. So now what goes through their heads if all of a sudden they start having a rough day?
Look at the final tallies here.
He's bowling pretty well, too. Where was his name?
A.J. Chapman?
No, Johnson.
A.J. Johnson. Let's see if we can find him.
I thought he had 1 or 2 rough games, but I thought he was bowling pretty well.
Oh, for today? Yeah, let me call it today.
That was the updated points.
That was the overall, yeah. A.J. Chapman, 19.
19. Johnson. Where's A.J.
Johnson?
It's Adam, actually.
Adam
right
Johnson.
there. 25.
Oh, okay. Yeah, got you.
What's he got there?
1094.
Pretty solid. 240, 210, 2020, yeah. Well, I'd have to believe he's
in the hunt, for sure.
Yeah, where was he for point estimation?
3rd place, I believe. Yeah, estimated.
Okay. I looked right past it. Okay.
Yeah, estimated to be in 3rd place after this round. Okay. Those are the early returns. I feel like it's an election or something here.
Yeah, but no, the lanes look good. A lot of guys are staying to the right. Now, if this was 35 or 36 feet, I think it'd be totally different. The guys would feel more hold. They might creep a little bit left. A lot of them would just be firing it and having more hold at this point in time, still outside of 5. It's really easy to go high.
I've noticed that.
And to move left is not the option because now your ball comes off the pattern closer to the pocket, or you're even higher. And then you move a little farther left and you send the ball out towards the gutter a little more. Now you're covering more boards. It doesn't hit when it gets back to the pocket. It's a plaque 10 or a 2-4 or a 2-8. Big split there out of Marshall.
Yeah, Marshall just made the 3-4-6-7 off to our right. We're going to have John Janowitz on our featured pair this last game. It's going to be Miguel Lopez, John Janowitz, Josh Johnson, AJ Johnson, and Daniel Amish.
JJ said he was going to start with his blue hammer. I think he had a blue hammer and a natural on the ball return this morning. Always one of the first bowlers in the building. Yep. He's an early riser and gets himself prepared. Doesn't look like that's what he has in his hand right now, though.
This is a pretty good pair. We've got a lot of the folks who are near the top of the standings.
Miguel's name was up there. Was that yesterday?
Yeah, he definitely had a good day at some point. All the days run together, though. Eventually, you know.
JJ's heaving it.
Comes up light.
I think he stuck a little there.
Yeah.
Wow, he fired that ball. He said he was going to try and just stay to the right as long as he can and just amp it up and loft it more. He felt like a little bit of loft on the ball was allowing it to get down the lane a little cleaner, read the spot sharper for pin carry. Just felt like the softer he was with the ball, because he feels his ball always reads the front of the lane a lot more than other bowlers. So if there isn't a lot of push in the front, he's going to be the first one to notice it. And he sees it in poor pin carry. The ball uses up energy and doesn't hit. So he said yesterday he had a little bit of success trying to loft the ball a little bit more, get it over the line, and said things got good for him at the end. So he thought maybe he'd try that today also.
Yeah, do you think that lofting the ball is a viable option here today? You said you got to stay right and kind of take the heads out of play.
Somehow create that skid phase of ball motion so the ball somehow gets down the lane.
You know who's good at lofting the ball? This guy. That was my nickname in league one year, Thunder Loft.
Really?
Yeah, because I'd play the friction on the house shot, and I would just take an aggressive ball and loft it to the arrows.
That's true. You do. Yeah, I can picture that. Planting the left foot.
That's right.
Lofting it. Of course, your thumb's still in the ball halfway around, and
exactly.
Your axis is looking up at the ceiling, and I can see that.
The ball hooks more in the air than it does on the lane.
Yeah, you've used some pretty strong equipment through the years and gotten away with it.
Yeah.
Now there's where you see 34 feet. A little bit to the left, tugged it, and it is a runaway.
Yeah, you don't want to get it in the middle of the lane, and it's just going to...
I've noticed Andrew Coff is just a little bit to our left there. He's had a lot of balls not get around the corner. Yesterday also. Even on the long pattern, ball just not tipping at the right time.
No, I think Andrew hasn't really bowled his best, and he finished 17th in round 1 and 19th in round 2, and right now that's not looking too bad, actually.
Exactly, yep.
He's in 34th as of 5 games today, which would give him 70 points. And certainly if he can somehow find a way to improve upon that and get into the teens on this squad, he's right in the mix.
Exactly, yep.
So even though he's not bowled his best,
and
he'd still be in the hunt.
That's the kind of guy that could go out tomorrow and be a single-digit bowler.
Yeah, exactly.
Anywhere in the top 5. Your number doesn't change on the last day. So it's going to be interesting tomorrow.
It is. Yeah.
Let's see what AJ's got here. First shot on 32. Definitely staying to the right.
Give you a close-up look at his ball as it goes down the lane here.
He drifts a little bit. He's going away a hair, but he didn't give it out. So it looks like he's probably trying to feed the ball a little bit more. I think Janowitz here is doing the same thing, but he's heaving it. He's just stopping and lofting it. What's amazing about JJ, he's lofting it, but he doesn't really grab it. It's still a clean release.
There's a nice strike for JJ. I think there's the potential this afternoon when the women get started at about 2 o'clock, 2:15. We could, at the end of today, be down to a 2 or 3 person race for first place in the women's division today. I think that's pretty likely with the way that the overall standings have shaped up so far on the women's side.
And I gotta believe today is Liz's day.
You think so on this short
just
pattern?
her fire it up first arrow, outside of first arrow.
Because if Liz has another top 3 finish today, it's going to be real tough to beat her.
Okay.
Because Leanne's in second place, but I would say the short's probably not her favorite.
No, I say like Leanne, Tammy, not their forte, I guess.
So that may
doesn't mean they're not going to hit it and they're going to bowl good.
Exactly, yeah. But Liz probably going to. We would expect that she will bowl very well this afternoon.
Great,
yeah,
yes.
And that wouldn't surprise me if she's still in the single digits after today. I mean, I think she will be. She's only got 4 points after 2 days, and if she finishes any worse than 6 today, I would be shocked. That's coming up in about an hour and a half from now.
And that does show. I mean, it does really show. Even though she has a very simple, straightforward game and throws it pretty straight, she's still versatile. She finds a way to make that work on different parts of the lane.
Look at the scoreboard as we're in the second frame of our final game here on the men's side. Eric promises us he's going to get the lanes oiled in 45 minutes or less, or it's going to be free. That's kind of like what they did with the pizza back in the day, right? It's not really up to you. You just push the button and watch the machines go. Hope you got the batteries charged.
They're charged.
Okay, good.
Yes.
You're a good lane man. You always get to keep those batteries charged.
Clean them up, fill them up, plug them in.
I've seen that happen at other tournaments, not ones where you've been at the man, where they forget to charge the battery and then the machine just stops working. That's not a good thing.
Yeah, that would be back. And I know I don't have a battery pack here in this building with me, so.
Or I've been to tournaments where they say, oh, it'll go 44 lanes, and it makes it about 40 lanes, and then it stops. The battery dies, and then that's big trouble.
Well, actually, these are brand new batteries, brand new machines and batteries. So
those batteries last a while.
I actually did 50-some lanes the other day with a full charge.
Wow.
So usually kind of 50 is where I get nervous, and probably would have done about 60, but I'm not, not going to.
You don't want to risk it.
I'm not going to go out and do it on purpose.
Here's a look at AJ again. AJ Johnson.
That's a little better.
Yep, good looking shot from
Fed
him.
that one a little more to the right.
We'll give you an update on this squad as soon as we have one. They've completed 6 games, so hopefully in the next few frames we'll have that update after 6 games here.
Daniel here is having a good tournament on lane 32.
Daniel Amish.
Yep. Having a good college year too. See his name a lot. Except I'm forgetting what school he goes to. I think he's a Lindenwood bowler, right?
I don't recall. Somebody in the chat, I'm sure, knows where he goes to school. They'll clue us in. They know everything in the chat. Lindenwood is the answer. You were right. Thanks, guys. Watching Bowl TV, our coverage of the Team USA Trials final game of round 3 in the men's division. Lucas Wiseman and Eric Pearson here with you for this final game.
Another Lindenwood bowler. Bowling goes Brad Miller. Daniel Spink's name is in there somewhere. He's not doing too bad.
Yep. He had a good day yesterday. By the way, Marshall Kent off to our right started with a spare and 3 consecutive strikes. So he's not backing down.
He's having a great year at college, too.
And Marshall does have the potential to be the overall leader today. He's in that hunt along with Chris Vi, AJ Johnson. Just have to wait and see who comes out on top after these last couple games. Don't have the standings up for game 6, and this is our final game 7 right now. Janowitz up on lane number 32 right now. Last time on this lane, he went light, left the 2.8. Let's see if he makes an adjustment here and makes a better shot. Little loft. That looked pretty good. Getting a little hang time on that ball.
I want to say last year at Sunset Station on Paris by the 9th game, he was
almost pretty good.
Coming out of his shoes. I think a little bit of it was out of frustration.
It can be hard to loft the ball like that and come out of the ball the same way every time.
Yes,
and,
keep in time and not grab it.
Exactly.
The minute you slow down the release process, that ball's hooking early. He's got all the skills, though. he's got it all.
He's very good.
And smart and focused. Pays attention. I can't believe he's actually talking to somebody while he's competing here.
Yeah, usually he's pretty.
A lot of times he's just a statue. He's just watching, observing everything around him. But kind of getting to the end here, he's probably he knows what he's going to do.
His facial expressions and his.
He's going to take his 4 steps and launch it. So
his facial expressions always crack me up. He's kind of like watching a cartoon character in person, you know. It's always fun to watch him bowl.
He's walking around yesterday morning trying to give away donuts that he had picked up on his way in.
Donuts or cupcakes?
Cupcakes. Donuts was cookies was the first day.
Yeah, he came up here with a cupcake, and I said thanks,
yesterday.
but yeah, I'm already on sugar overload, so I don't need any more sugar. But they looked amazing. He likes to go out and get those sweet treats.
Yeah, he is in great shape. It's amazing how much he eats.
I know. How's he eating all those cupcakes and still in great shape?
Metabolism is. He works out a ton.
Yeah.
He needs to start. And nice shot. Wow.
Yeah. JJ putting on a little show for us.
A lot of people probably don't know, but he's always had kind of a rough back. His lower back is he wears a brace quite often. So for him to do what he's doing right now,
might hurt a little bit.
But he, I think that's why he works out so much and tries to keep the core of his body strong because of that back.
A.J. Johnson with a nice strike there. Could have 2 AJs on Junior Team USA if A.J. Johnson makes it.
Marshall again.
Yeah, Marshall with another strike off to our right. It's got 4 in a row. Really wish we had eyes on Chris Vi. I don't know where he is. He was in this area a few games ago, so that means he's pretty far away from us somewhere. Okay. One end or the other. I think he may be all the way down on 59 and 60 down there. He's off, I think. See, I don't know which colored shirt he's wearing today. Is that him straight ahead between the posts?
That's what I was thinking.
I think that might be him.
Dark shirt on
wearing
today.
A white belt. That's usually a giveaway. All these kids wearing white belts these days. I just don't get it. I don't get it.
Must be the look.
My fashion expert, Tina Stickney, always told me never wear a white belt, period, ever. And there's so many guys out here wearing white belts. It's ridiculous. She would be, I don't know if she's watching or not, but if she is, she'd let me know. Look at the scoreboard here through 4 frames. I won't, I probably shouldn't give this away, but my belt that I have on right now is reversible and actually has white on the backside. I have never worn it with the white side, but maybe I should start doing that if it's, the popular thing to do. I want to fit in with all these young bowlers.
Sure.
Us old guys always want to fit in with the youngsters, right?
Or go a step farther and try to pull off the white slacks. Not everybody can pull off white slacks.
I saw one bowler today, white slacks, white belt. I think that's a little white overkill.
All right, AJ shot. Call it at the arrows.
Okay, no problem.
It's kind of games I like to play.
By the time
here.
I can call it, it's already hit
I like
the
to
pins.
read ball reaction off their hands.
That's a strike.
Oh,
Yeah.
just got the 10 out. You get in the habit of watching the players and their releases and just the timing of their game, and you watch long enough, it's easy to see.
Yeah. Daniel seems to be struggling a little bit on this pair. I'm sure that's frustrating for him. He's watching JJ and AJ throw strikes, and he's not able to keep up with them. It's got to be frustrating when you're having a good tournament. You are near the top of the standings,
there,
and there's guys on your pair that are striking it up, and you can't quite get it going.
Where did Vince Biondo, where's he at?
In the overall or today?
Today. Wasn't he bowling well?
He was bowling well today, yes. 7th place.
Probably one of
averaging
our
about
older
237.
competitors.
Yeah, yeah, for sure. He's definitely not the oldest.
He's not old,
yeah.
but yeah. Former team member.
Yeah, back in the day.
Oh, watch one more JJ heave hole here, and I'm going to head out and prepare to
Oh, that's
wax,
right. You've got
to wax them up.
wax on, wax off show. Can we tell what JJ's throwing? Any idea?
I'm trying to remember
Somebody
what he
asked
had
in
with them. No.
It's hard. It's so hard to tell from back here because it's a very dark bowling center, and even though we have a light on, it's
Yeah,
hard to tell
there's
the
a
balls.
lot of newer balls that I'm just not,
Yeah, me too.
Ebonite and Columbia stuff that I just don't. I don't see. I don't bowl in a lot of leagues anymore, so I don't really see a lot of new stuff that comes out. I don't hang out at the pro shop, so.
Yeah, neither do I. And I always watch bowling from a distance, so I can never really tell what bowling balls are in their hands. But regardless what ball it is, JJ's making it look pretty good here. See if he's got a 4th consecutive strike in him here. This looks okay. Yep, does get the 10 out.
Nice.
By the way, Marshall Kent, who went spare 4-bagger, went spare in the 6th. So he's still having a good game. The wheels kind of fallen off for Kyle King, unfortunately, today. He's struggling off to our left.
He had a rough time last year on the short pattern also. Well, all right, I am going to
All right, go get
mosey
prepared
onto
for the
stop back
show.
there in the ladies.
That's right. Get things ready for the women. And
All right.
thanks, Eric Pearson, for stopping
Did you
in.
get lunch? You going to get lunch during the break?
I'm going to try.
All right.
That's the plan. Thanks, Eric.
All right, take care.
Eric Pearson, everybody. Thanks to Eric for stopping in with us for a little bit here on Bowl TV. Always nice to get his insight and analysis on what's going on out there. So we've got about a half a game to go here. Question in the chat, do the top 4 bowl on the TV pair all day tomorrow? Well, that would be awkward. Yeah, they got to move after each game, so no, they will not. The plan is to have the top 4 on 31 and 32 for the final game. Top 4 in the overall standings. As JJ looks for another one, comes up light, and it is a 7-10 split. A light 7-10 mixer split for JJ. That will not make him very happy. And the women do go first tomorrow morning. They will start at 8 a.m. Pacific time. A.J. Johnson looking for his 4th consecutive strike here. Went a little bit high and leaves the 9-pin. So an open frame for Janowitz. 136 in the 6th frame for him. Don't forget, we're going to give away a USBC prize pack to a lucky winner tomorrow afternoon during our broadcast here on Bowl TV. All you have to do to enter is click the subscribe button just above the video you're watching, and that will enter you into our giveaway. One random subscriber will win that USBC prize pack. We will be announcing that winner tomorrow afternoon during our broadcast, so be sure to push subscribe, enter to win, and watch our broadcast tomorrow to see if you are the lucky winner. If you want to find out what the patterns look like, thanks for posting the link. World10pinbowling.com has the patterns on it. Just look for the patterns on that page. Johnson comes up light, leaves the 4-7. If you're having problems getting the standings to come up for you, you need to push refresh. When you open the PDF, that should solve that problem for you. This is our final game on the men's squad, but the women will be coming up probably in about an hour and 10 minutes, hour 15 minutes, something like that. Should have the women coming up for you. Still don't have results for Game 6, waiting on them. Hopefully they'll be coming soon. Here's Janowitz again, 7th frame. Another strike for JJ. Game 6 update for you. Looks like we have it on the website. EJ Tacket at 1564 in the lead. He shot 290 last game. Marshall Kent second at 1486. Chris Vi third at 1474. Chris Bartle is fourth at 1415, and Nathan Bohr is fifth at 1403. That's where we stand after game 6. And if those standings hold true, Chris Vi would be the overall leader after today with 32 points. Marshall Kent would be second with 37, and A.J. Johnson would be third with 38. Johnson with a strike in the 7th frame. Let's give you a look at the scoreboard. Word is we're probably going to start at 2:15 for the women, so about an hour and 15 minutes from now. A.J. Johnson still with a real good chance to take the overall lead after today. He'd have to jump up in the standings about 7 spots to do that. He's currently in 24th on this squad. And only 38 pins out of 17th. So a good chance for A.J. to make a big move here and get the overall lead after today. Here he is. And there's another strike for him. He can shoot 257 this game. I wouldn't be surprised if that would be enough to push him up. Not sure if it'll get him up into the number he needs to be in the overall lead, but it'll get him real close, that's for sure. So very important finisher for A.J. Johnson as he looks to move up the standings today. He's currently in 24th place. If he can turn that into mid-teens finish, he would be the overall leader. Two frames to go. Janowitz, he can also shoot in the 250s this game if he can punch out. 136 in the sixth, working on a double. This is the ninth frame for JJ. Oh, he rings the 10 pin. Not happy about it. Patricia Luoto watching our streaming from Finland. Good evening to you out there in Finland. This is our final game of the men's squad. The women scheduled to begin at 2:15 in about an hour and 15 minutes. John Janowitz trying to clean up this 10 pin he's just left here in the ninth frame. And he does make it. Marshall Kent closes out his day off to the right of our featured pair with a 248 game. So a nice finish from Marshall. He had a very, very solid block today. Marshall averaging almost 248 on the day. That's going to put him right in contention going into tomorrow to win the overall title. The Bambi checks in our chat from sunny Melbourne, Australia. Thank you for checking in with us here. Take a look at the scoreboard for you real quick as we are just about to enter the 10th frame. Janowitz is on the approach, ready to go. See if JJ can close this thing out with 235. Oh, he comes up light. Very fortunate to kick that 10 out. Leaves just the 2 pin. Janowitz makes a spare. So he's going to be in the 220s this game. Here's AJ. Likes it. Big strike for him in the 9th frame. Needs a big finish here. 24th place on this squad, trying to move up the standings and earn fewer points. Again, you get 1 point for every place in the standing you are. So first place gets 1 point. In 24th place, we get 24 points. 145th place, we get 145 points. The goal by the end of the week is to have as few points as you can. So a big game by AJ here would move him up in the standings and prevent him from accumulating too many points today. Janowitz closes with a 2:23 game. So it's the final frame here for A.J. Johnson. He needs a big finish. Take a look at the scoreboard. You can see that he's got 137 in the 6th. He can shoot 257 this game. That would be huge. If he can close it out, it would give him a chance to be the overall leader today, after today. Take a look at it here. Looks good. What a great shot. Very fortunate. We've got this on our featured pair for the final game today. Pretty likely that AJ will be on our featured pair of the last game tomorrow as well, because he's going to be in the top 4 for sure in the overall standings. Top 5, I should say, will be on our featured pair tomorrow for the last game. That strike puts him in the 240s. This next one would get him in the 250s. One of the last ones to finish here in the bowling center. Big, big shot here for A.J. Johnson. Trying to get as much as he can this last game. Does he have another one in him? Oh, yeah. That was a nice looking shot. That gets him in the 250s. What a great finish to this game. Throwing 5 strikes in a row. Very impressive performance here this last game by A.J. Johnson. Oh, sigh of relief now as this shot is just a fill. He's picked up a lot of pins here down to stretch the back half of this game. And this 6-bagger, or I should say 5-bagger that he's thrown, might be the difference for him in this tournament. Final shot. Another good one. A great finish to the day for A.J. Johnson. 257. Nice bowling. Standings will be available on bowl.com as soon as they get them tallied. And we will bring you the update at the start of our women's squad. Women's squad will begin at approximately 5:15 p.m. Eastern. About 1 hour from now, we should get underway with the women's squad. We'll be back with you at the start of the women's squad, so see you in about an hour here on Bowl TV. Thanks for tuning in, everybody.
your squad today so that we can get them verified, get scores posted. Once your lanes come on, you may begin bowling. Good luck and bowl well.
Good afternoon, everybody. Lucas Wiseman back here with you live on Bowl TV as we have the women's squad underway now. Just in the first frame, you can see who's on our featured pair here in Game 1. Just 3 bowlers. Ashley Rucker, Erin McCarthy, and Danielle McEwen. Danielle McEwen was in 3rd place in the overall standings coming into the day. It's a total of 7 games today. Same format we've been having the last few days here at the Team USA trials. For those of you who did not catch the men's standings, let's give you the overall standings first. And A.J. Johnson in the lead after 3 days with a total of 29 points. Now remember, the format of the tournament this year is based on a point system. You want to have as few points as possible. You get points based on your finish each day. So for example, A.J. finished in 11th place on day 1, 3rd place on day 2, and 15th place today. Gives him a total of 29 points. So he leads. And Chris Vi in 2nd place with 32 points. Chris with a 2nd place finish, a 27th place finish, and a 3rd place finish so far. Kind of a similar story for Marshall Kent, who is in 3rd with 37 points. He went 3rd, 32nd, and 2nd. 4th place, John Janowitz with 52 points. He holds the tiebreaker over Steve Smith, who also has 52 points. And so A.J. Johnson in the lead here after 75% of the tournament. One more day to go tomorrow. As for the day's action, E.J. Tacket in 1st place, 1779 for the day, 254 average. Marshall Kent was 2nd for the day, and Chris Vi was 3rd. Nathan Bohr 4th, and Chris Bartle was in 5th place. Now, A.J. Chapman made up a lot of ground the last game to move up in the standings. Or, sorry, A.J. Johnson did. A.J. Johnson, 257 that last game. He moved up from 24th place to 15th place, and that was enough to get him additional points to finish on top of the leaderboard. So we'll check in with you here throughout the day. Our live coverage of the Team USA trials. We do expect to have Andrew Coff on as a guest in just a little bit, so stay tuned for that here on Bowl TV. Watching our live coverage of the Team USA trials. We are at Sunset Station. I'm sorry, at Texas Station, Texas Star Lanes. We're in the first game of our women's round number 3. Oh, a 7-10 split for Aaron McCarthy. Ashley Rucker on this pair with the front 5. She's bowling well early on here. Andrew Coff, just saw him while I stepped out, and he's going to come up at the start of game number 2 to talk to us for a few minutes about his bowling. Said he also might want to talk about electronic music, all kinds of stuff, so we'll see what topics come up with Andrew when he comes on the broadcast in a little bit. There's a look at the scoreboard so far here in game 1. Danielle McEwen bowling well early on. Danielle in 3rd place in the overall standings after 2 days. Looks like she's got a pretty good line today. Looking for the front 6. Got it. 6 in a row to kick things off for Ashley Rucker. Only 3 bowlers on this pair, so they're going to get done much quicker than the rest of the field. McEwen, this looks like it's on line. Oh, ring 10. Could Ashley Rucker get another one? Oh, the 7-pin ends the run at 6. McEwen with a missed 10-pin in the 7th frame. McCarthy goes high, but manages to trip him out for the strike. 3 strikes in a row for McEwen. She's closing out this game strong. Going to shoot 236 with a strike on the fill. Ashley Rucker makes the spare. She's going to be in the 240s this game. .242 for Rucker, 235 for McEwen. McCarthy only can shoot 181 now after leaving that bucket. And an open frame for McCarthy. So we will wait for game 2 to begin here on our featured pair. This pair getting down rather quickly, so probably about 5 or 10 minutes before game 2 gets underway. Game 2 underway now on our featured pair. Here's a look at the scoreboard so you can see who's on our featured pair this game. Tammy Turner, of course, who shot 300 yesterday, is on the featured pair this game. And we do have a special guest joining us now, Andrew Coff. Welcome to the broadcast, Andrew.
Thanks, Lucas.
I know you've been wanting to do this for a while. Hope it lives up to your expectations.
I'm sure it'll be a blast.
So we're watching the Women Bowl now, but the men, you're done for the day. You have today off and tomorrow morning off. And how has the tournament gone for you so far?
I mean, it's gone pretty well for me. This is one of my better bowling performances. My spares have been pretty good. Strike shot's been pretty good. A little tough to carry in this building. That's mainly where I'm struggling, is trying to get the ball. It seems like the light pocket's a little bit of a better hit compared to that like high flush, and I've been having trouble hitting the light pocket, but overall been pretty good. Today the scoring pace was a little higher than I expected. I mean, EJ was like 400 over.
Yeah, EJ Tacket averaging
Unbelievable.
better than 254,
Yeah, it was
I
unbelievable.
think, a game.
So yeah, I mean, today was a little bit higher than expected, but overall, I think right now I'm like around 8th or so with the ranking points, so that should good setup for a pattern I thought was going to be good tomorrow.
Yeah, officially we've got you in ninth place, it
Okay.
looks like, with 66 points. And leading is A.J. Johnson, and he has 29 points. I'm sure that you're a
That's
smart
pretty
guy.
impressive.
You're a smart guy. You can figure this out pretty easy. What do you think about your chances of maybe catching him? I guess it's kind of out of your hands, isn't it? It kind of depends on how the people ahead of you bowl.
Yeah, I mean, the format's so unique, it's hard to tell what was going to be good or what's going to be bad, since it's kind of the first time I've bowled anything like this. I think it's the first time it's been used. They had it last year, but I think last year it was pretty even based on the total pins. But yeah, I mean, it's hard to tell. You know, the pattern tomorrow may be pretty tough.
Sorry, Deandra was delivering a message, and she wanted to say hello to her mom, who's watching. So hi to Deandra's mom out there watching, and unfortunately I didn't get to hear what you answer that question, but that's okay. How do you feel about the Mexico? Is it Mexico City tomorrow?
Yeah, Mexico City. I mean, from practice it was pretty tight. It was not hooking very much. I think that pattern's only pretty flat anyway for one of the longer patterns in 45 feet. So I mean, in practice it didn't look too easy. So I'm not expecting the scores to be too high, but you never know. With the rev rate that's in this squad, I mean, they've been breaking down pretty bad anyway. So it may get a little bit squirrely out there tomorrow. But I'm expecting pretty low scores overall.
Yeah, that's kind of what we've heard from Eric Pearson, who's doing the lane maintenance this week. He said that he kind of expected scores should be a little bit lower tomorrow than they have been.
Yeah, I was expecting tomorrow to be the hardest one, which will be interesting for the last day and how important each day is with the new format. A bad game here or two can really hurt.
We saw how it mixed up the standings today alone. You know, Kyle King led after 2 rounds, and now he
28th, I think.
Yeah, he kind of fell a bit after having a bad day today. And you know, tell me if you agree with this. This format with the points kind of rewards consistency across the days, right?
Yeah, definitely. I don't think I'm super high total pins. I think I'm higher because I've been bowling pretty well, but definitely staying at the top. I mean, I was around like 15th the first 2 days, probably around like 20th, or I think it was like 30th today. I mean, that's really helped. Once you get one of those, a rough day, kind of add up. Each point is worth a lot more than you would think.
Yeah.
One place. I mean, I left a 9-pin that cost me like 240 compared to 220, and then, you know, there's so many bunched up scores. I could have been up 10 points, and those 10 points seems like it makes a couple spots. But
what do you think about the point system? Do you think it adds kind of an interesting dynamic? It really changes the mindset a little bit.
Yeah, I've been struggling with that a little bit, trying to figure out what type of mindset to go with bowling-wise. I mean, I'm just trying to knock down as many pins as I can, but it's a little weird. It's kind of hard to tell where you are, you know. I kind of go out there, you see some scores, and you're not really used to, okay, I'm trying to get to, I know Kyle was way up there, total pins. Okay, you're trying to get to him. You're trying to worry about just getting as many pins as you can, and kind of in the blind as far as where you're going to be until it's all said and done. It seems like it's a little tricky.
Andrew Coff is our guest. And Andrew, you've been on Junior Team USA for A couple of years now.
Fourth year
Yeah,
now.
and so you got to bowl in Finland at the World Youth Championships, a year and a half ago, and you've traveled to quite a few tournaments, Dominican Republic. What's it like to be on the Junior Team USA, get to compete in those events?
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing better than representing your country in a tournament, and to be able to go do it at the Worlds and also in the PAPCONs was a lot of fun. It was great to hear the national anthem. We had a great showing at both, and it was exciting. I mean, there really is no feeling than standing up there, getting a medal, listening to the national anthem play, and everyone else is just watching and respecting it. It's a pretty great feeling.
If you guys have any questions for the legendary Andrew Coff in the chat, please feel free to post them. And Andrew's reading the chat right now, so if you have any messages for him, just post that in there. We'll take a look at them. Notice that the field in this tournament seems to get younger and younger every year.
Yeah,
Why do you think that is?
I mean, I think the chance to get junior team out there now, that's also attracting some of the kids that kind of moved up a little early. And I mean, there's really big improvements in the youth bowling now. I mean, you can see how many youth bowlers are really doing well at the top here. That's pretty impressive. But I think it's just an opportunity to bowl for Team USA and junior team. It's attracting more people. More people are knowing about it. They're going to try out. And I think there's college bowling getting bigger. A lot of people are improving, and they're feeling that they're ready.
I knew this was going to be the first question that was asked. Why did you decide to go to Duke instead of bowl in college? Personally, I think you made the right decision, but I'll let you defend it.
Yeah, it was a tough decision. I was pretty torn in between. I mean, I was always looking at Wichita. I had gone to a lot of their camps, and I knew Coach Lewis and Coach Vatican, who are unbelievable coaches. So I'd known them pretty well. So that was mainly where I was looking at as far as bowling. I wasn't too well informed with college bowling going into it. And I mean, I kind of just wanted to focus on school, and I thought it could be a little tough bowling and doing school. And I figured that, I'll be able to bowl tournaments for Team USA and tournaments on my own. So that was kind of where I was leaning, just to try to focus on school and then bowl on the side for now, and kind of work that into the schedule, which has been pretty good considering the bowling alleys aren't too far away where I am. So I got to practice, and I'll make it to a few tournaments here and there.
Yeah, and I think that's the right decision because, you got to – bowling is, while it's important to you, you also have to focus on your future and what you're going to do for the rest of your life. So you got to get a good education and, because while I'm sure you'd love to be a professional bowler for the rest of your life, it's hard to make money doing that,
I'll definitely try to get out and bowl some of the majors soon, and I think I'm looking to go bowl overseas since that's in the summer.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Yeah, I'm looking to go bowl some of those tournaments. It's getting pretty big, and now they have the.
If you need a personal assistant for those tournaments, you just let me know. I'll come along with you.
Yeah, they got those. They got the new World
WTBA, the World Tour.
Yeah,
done by the
they
WTBA.
got some of those though. That'll be interesting to bowl.
Yeah, there's one in May in the Bahamas, which is just a short flight from Miami,
not too
where
far.
your folks live. Although you might be done with school by then. Not sure.
Yeah, I get done like May 3rd or 4th. So I'm thinking about going to Turkey. I think right after there, and I just heard about the one in the Bahamas. I didn't know about that one.
Yeah, one in the Bahamas is sometime in May. Let's see.
I love Duke basketball too. Unfortunately, we lost yesterday.
Oh, really?
It's too bad.
I didn't see that. I have not been paying attention to much other than bowling the last couple of days.
Yeah.
Andrew, what's your favorite ball manufacturer? What kind of equipment are you throwing this week?
I'm throwing Brunswick. I just got on staff with them. So.
Oh, you did? Congratulations.
Yep. Thank
I
you.
didn't know that.
Yeah, so I've been throwing the Brunswick balls, and they've been unbelievable so far. The Nexus and Nexus Pearl, I highly recommend those. That's pretty much what I've been throwing on all three patterns. And I've seen a lot of Nexus solids going down there. I saw a lot of those yesterday in the long pattern. I saw a lot of them today in the short. And, they're unbelievable right now, definitely.
Question for you. Why do you think some of the PBA stars like Fagan and Devaney are struggling this week? Have you talked to those guys at all?
I talked to Mike a little bit. I have not talked to Devaney. Well, I talked to Mike Fagan since they're both Mikes.
Mike.
Yeah, I haven't talked to Devaney. I think it can be a little tricky. There's a lot of youth bowlers out there, and I think sometimes the rev rates are a little higher than not necessarily higher than the PBA, but they tend to play a little deeper inside, and for the most part, they don't really hit it a little harder. And I think they've been getting a little squirrely in the middle of the lane, which has been a little tricky. And also, I mean, pair-to-pair here is not the easiest. And Mike Fagan has said his cross has not been the best, and it's been a little tricky. But I think mainly what he said was struggling was the carry. He's been getting to the pocket decently well, and he's just not carrying, and unfortunately that'll get you.
Russo Monster wants to know, Andrew, what do you say is better on the short pattern, straight up or deep and wheeling it? I know the answer to this one, but I'll let you.
Yeah, definitely straight up to start. Depending on the pattern, sometimes it'll break down where you can get inside a little bit, but I would never really suggest too deep. Today they broke down a little bit. I mean, I was crossing around 14 or 15, but I was still getting it out there to around 4 or 5 down lane. You definitely don't want the break point much farther left than 7 or 8, or you may be in trouble with splits.
If you have a question for Andrew Coff, just post it in our chat. C. Soaks wants to know how many tournaments you've won in your bowling career. I know that's quite a bit.
Yeah, I didn't keep count of those, but
you've won a lot of stuff though, right?
Yep. Yeah, I've done pretty well. It's been a good career for me so far. I can't complain.
Kyle wants to know why you chose Brunswick.
Well, I had been following a lot of the balls coming up in my motion. I used to throw the high road and the game breaker were my go-to balls, and I've always had trouble with finding the ball. I mean, there's a lot of great bowling balls out there, and I just kind of always had trouble with finding the ball that worked the best, and I ended up sticking with kind of older equipment like the game breaker, high road, momentum, some of my favorites, and I tried out some of the new Brunswick stuff. It controls the lane a little better. I've always had problems splitting a lot. I mean, at Junior Gold, that was one of the main things when I assessed my performance. I noticed there was a whole lot of 2-8-10s in the second frame about every game, a lot of big 4s, and that'll really hurt you considering I practice spares a lot, so I'd like to be shooting something makeable compared to splits, and Brunswick definitely controls that. And their stuff right now is unbelievable. As you saw, Sean pretty much tore up the World Series, and Ronnie and Tom Smallwood with the 2 new ones. So I highly recommend those, and they've really worked out well for me. I'm extremely happy to be throwing Brunswick right now.
There you go. And once Tammy Turner gets up on the approach again, I want to get your opinion on where she's playing the lanes, because I don't know if you've seen her throw a shot
She's unbelievable.
Yet.
No, I haven't.
But yeah, you should see where she's playing.
Yeah.
When she gets up.
She plays them pretty deep.
Yeah,
I can
she always plays
deep.
deep.
She's unbelievable, though. She's good.
Let's see. What do we got? Any other questions in the chat? What's been your favorite experience in bowling?
In bowling, definitely going out to the Worlds and the PAPCON and representing Team USA. I mean, the trip to Finland is one I miss all the time. I watch the videos, and I talk to the kids that we went out with. And
you missed Denny's Pizza.
Yeah.
That's the pizza place we went to when we were there.
I don't know if I missed that, but no, I mean, and also the friends that I made out there, I still talk to them. It'd be nice to see them again, and they come down to some tournaments. I see Christian out here, and it was just an unbelievable experience, not just bowling-wise, but the atmosphere and interacting with all the bowlers from the different countries and watching their styles was quite fun.
Andrew, how much do you bench? Is a question in the
How much
chat.
do I bench?
From Vroom Vroom Race Car Driver.
Actually, my bench has gone up. I'm putting up around 185 to 200 for like 8 reps, and I think my max was like 260 the other day. So for a little guy, it's not too bad.
That is pretty good. It's important to stay in shape when you're out there bowling, isn't it? Especially in these long
It really is.
tournaments.
I think it's an underrated skill. Definitely, like lifting. I mean, you definitely don't need to be a bodybuilder. That's probably not going to help flexibility-wise, but I think it definitely helps as far as endurance for the tournament, and play different lines.
Tammy's going to be up here in a second, so we'll take a look at her once she gets going. You have any questions for Andrew Coff? You can post them in our chat. He's stopping in with us this game. Here she is in just a second. You can already tell from where she's setting up. She's really far left.
I could have guessed. I've watched her bowl the other 2 days, and she's been by far the deepest woman bowler on the field.
And you wouldn't guess that on this pattern that necessarily you'd see somebody this deep, but I mean, she's rolling it over, what, 20 at the arrows?
Yeah.
Came up light on that one. She didn't quite get it as right as she had been.
Yeah, you got to get it out there pretty early. That definitely looks like she's playing the hold a little bit more than, I would suggest, kind of like I don't think what Deandra's, she's not on the video,
no, yeah, she's off to
yeah,
the
she's
right.
just a little bit farther right than Tammy. I mean, surprisingly, this
pattern.
pattern.
And by a little bit, you mean like 20 boards, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Because Deandra's
Break
playing
point,
pretty,
yeah.
break point, yeah. Deandra's playing straight up the boards pretty much.
Yeah, this pattern was surprisingly not that good for the urethane. I saw a lot of people trying to play up too straight, up 5. I was trying to play a little too straight in the beginning, and it was pretty safe. I mean, I shot around 2-0 the first game, but definitely didn't seem like it was too great going straight up the boards. You definitely wanted a little bit of belly in the front part of the lane, but definitely not. I don't think as much as she has for the fresh. It's a little bit too much. 2 soaks, 11:23. I do not throw the DV8. I am on Brunswick, and I mainly throw the Brunswick. I've tried a few of them out, but I stick to the Brunswick balls.
There you go. Somebody says you should start a bowling program at Duke. I think that would kind of defy the purpose of going to Duke and focusing on your education.
I think they do have a club. Unfortunately, they don't bowl. There's a bowling class I'm going to take.
Oh, really?
I just want to see what it's like.
It should be an easy
Unfortunately,
right?
it doesn't count, but
it's just for fun.
Yeah, it's one of those half credits, but I think I'm going to go check it out and just see what it is.
Let's see. How many times did you win the Florida High School Championship?
The high school one, I won 1 year, and I got second 2 years. And my last year, I was around 5th or 6th, I think. Don't remember the order, but that's what it was. Give a shout out to Almi. She's in the chat.
Almi's watching today. And she wants you to say ferrocarril.
No, I'll leave that to Lucas.
Yeah, they always want me to say that because
it.
they say it's a hard Spanish word to say, which you speak fluent Spanish, so you know that I'm not very good with my Spanish.
Not too bad, but definitely should practice it more. Ooh, that's yeah, it's a little too deep. It looks like.
Yeah, I think so too.
A little too deep.
Tammy's a great bowler, though. She's gonna get this thing sorted out pretty quick. She's not bowling terrible, but
no. At least she's leaving makeable spares. Don't want to be splitting.
I would kind of guess, we were talking about this earlier, that Liz Johnson is probably going to kill this.
Most likely, at least from watching how she likes to bowl. She's pretty straight anyway, and I saw some of the faster speed bowlers in the guy squad that were throwing it pretty hard. Did do all right straight. You didn't want to throw it slow straight. I saw JJ was lofting it. He had a high score, but it definitely didn't look easy. I mean, he's a pretty good bowler, but
yeah, he was working hard out there.
He was scoring well, but he was definitely having trouble getting it through the fronts. And with her speed, she should be fine with that. And she carries pretty well, and she's not too bad either.
Mark has a question for you. Having the pleasure to watch you grow up bowling in Florida, your physical game is tops. What do you do for your mental game?
That is pretty tricky. It's taken me a while to work on. I definitely will admit I was definitely not the most mentally strong bowler a couple of years ago. It's came a long way, but I mean the only way to practice is definitely bowling tournaments and just trying to get the right mindset out there rather than trying to. I mean I always got into the trap that striking too much. Every shot I just wanted it to be a strike, and kind of splits here and there phased me more than told me like what was going on with the lanes. And right now, I mean, obviously I'm not going to be too ecstatic about a split or about a corner pin or anything like that, but the lane's telling you something if you're not striking, and I try to just make sure I'm making the right reads rather than going out there and just trying to strike every single shot, and if I leave a split, just getting a little upset. And that's how I used to bowl, and I think that hindered me a little bit. And now that I have a better mindset on the bowling, my scores have improved. But it's definitely pretty tough to work on the mental game. You just got to go out there, bowl tournaments, and keep working at it.
SD number 2 wants to know, Andrew, what's it like to throw the ball so amazing? It's got to feel pretty good.
Yeah, I'm not going to complain.
Yeah, exactly. But you've worked really hard at it.
It's taken a lot of work, but I was gifted a little bit, so I can't take all the credit.
But even with the natural talent, you still got to practice.
Yeah, I did practice a lot when I was younger, physical game, and I still do. I mean, I'm changing stuff regularly with my coach back home. We're always working on stuff. Can never get too good.
Who would win in a one-game roll-off between
Lucas,
you and Lucas?
no
doubt. I play dirty, so I'd probably kick you in the leg or something. Put some baby oil in your thumb hole. Any standings for the women yet today? Nope, we're still waiting on them. They've finished one game, and hopefully we'll get them pretty soon.
Who is my coach? Well, I actually work with 2 people currently. I've worked with the same coach since I started bowling. His name is Richard Cheney. He's from Miami. He's worked with me for a long time on physical game stuff. So pretty much when you watch me bowl, you watch what he likes to see. But I also work with Troy Wollenbecker, and he comes out and practices with me, and we bowl together for the last few years, and they're both have helped me immensely. Natalie was a junior gold winner, right?
Yep. Natalie won junior gold over the summer. Somebody wants to know what kind of things you've struggled on, going from a house shot to a challenging shot. What are kind of the differences for you?
Well, I used to bowl on more house shot stuff. I haven't bowled on a house shot in a while, so right now I probably wouldn't be the best on it. But it's just definitely the premier on accuracy on these tougher shots, and the moves you have to make. It's not you can't really just kind of sit with the same ball. You definitely have to be thinking out there, changing balls. One ball most likely is not going to be enough for a 6 to 7 or 9 game block. So it's definitely ball motions, playing at different parts of the lane. The shorter, medium, and long patterns all require different skills. So definitely want to just practice all the different angles.
You've, as a member of Junior Team USA, you've spent some time at the International Training and Research Center. What are your thoughts on that facility?
It's pretty unbelievable. I think I've been there 2 years now, and it's always a good time. They have high-tech equipment. Highly recommend everyone to go out and work with some of the coaches, put out all the patterns. Lanes are pretty well kept, I'd say.
Yeah.
And just the actual facility is unbelievable, too. The gym, spent some time with Nick over there. Nice. Get to watch the throwbot. Forgot his name.
Earl is his name, yeah.
He's pretty cool. But yeah, definitely all the different camera angles you can get, the tracking on your shots, the feedback, and the coaching is obviously premier, top of the line there too.
Yeah, those are the same coaches that coach Team USA and Junior Team USA. Yeah.
Coach Kim is a great coach.
Yes, she is. Wish she was here this week, but
I do too.
Yeah, she wasn't able to make it out. By the way, more information on the ITRC, bowlingitrc.com. What was your worst leave after the front 11?
Fortunately, I've only shot 298 as my lowest game after front 11. I think it was a 610.
Okay.
So no interesting stories. Yeah.
Nothing cool. Yeah.
No, I got a couple 299s, and luckily I've been fortunate to strike when I had front 11.
How many 300s do you have?
I think around 15 or 16 in tournaments and stuff, so not too bad.
Good, yeah.
I think I have like 3 or 4 299s and a 298, so I've got good percentages over there.
Yeah, you've done pretty good when you've gotten the front 11. That's
Sounds
for
like
sure.
I need to start getting 2 or 3 to start getting some new games.
What pattern really frustrates you the most, Andrew?
Depends on the surfaces. I struggle a lot with the wood surface. I practice on wood back in North Carolina, and it can be a little tricky depending on the pattern. I would say normally like the shorter end of the medium, longer end of the short can be a little tricky when the gutter is tight. I think like LA, depending on the bowling center, the LA pattern, it's around like 36 feet. Those ones can be a little tricky for me where, you can't really play too straight because the ball kind of falls off the little cliff over there. But when you start missing in, next thing you know, your ball's jumping through the face, and sometimes it can be tough if I'm not on my soft game.
We got standings after one game, and big news here. Jacqueline Carbonetto, 300 game to start off.
Of course, they're looking pretty high.
Yeah. Christina Halen, 276. Shannon Polhowski, 257. Wow. Josie Ernest, 255. Christina Brown, 244. Ashley Rucker, 242. Allie Ijams, 241. Talia San Angelo, 237. Natalie Jimenez, 236. Danielle McEwen, 235. It just goes on, folks. Kimmy Davidson, 231. Brittany Hamilton, 228. Shelly Goodwin, 225. Megan Duha, 223. Kelsey Muther, 222. You get the idea. There were some big scores that first game.
Yeah, I'm pretty happy I'm not bowling this squad.
Yeah. I guess you kind of expect that, though, the first game out of a
girls
block.
Normally are pretty good, too, on the short.
Yeah.
They're all good straight, nice soft releases.
You get 15 minutes of practice on a pair, you probably should shoot 220, right?
Yeah, you'd hope so. You'd hope so. That number doesn't go my way. I'm not a huge fan of starting on my own pair. I need to go pretend like I'm on the wrong lane practicing. I tend to burn them up a little too quick.
Andrew Coff is joining us here on our broadcast.
Tammy seems to struggle at the end of this game.
Yeah, Tammy's only going to shoot 180. I wonder if we're going to see her make a move right. Maybe she started right the first game and decided to go left. I don't know, but You would think
Yeah,
that
surprising.
as the squad goes on and they start to burn it up to the right, that would kind of make it great for Tammy to kind of get left and just boom it off of it. You would
Yeah,
think, a little
I think
bit later
the last
on.
couple games she should be striking quite a bit.
Yeah,
I think
right
a
now
little deep
struggling.
to start, but
I think it'll come to her though.
I think it will too.
I don't know if she's just waiting for it or if what's going on, but
Danielle just shot another big game, but 8 out in the 10th for 240.
yeah, Danielle McEwen 241 it looks like 243.
Jacqueline, girl who shot 300, just shot 227.
527 for 2. I'd take that any day of the
Yep.
week, right?
Yep, that beat my 3-game total. No.
Wait a minute. I hear more
Think
clap.
another.
Yep. I think we just had another 300 down on
Allie,
the
looks like
is that
Allie.
Allie?
It looks like Allie. Or
It's a tall blonde.
it looks like Allie.
Yes, looks like somebody may have just thrown a 300 game down there. We'll have to wait and see. I see a lot of people giving her congratulations.
Looks
so
like Allie. But my
Yeah.
vision may not be too great either.
We'll have to wait and see. It's pretty far away from us. It's all the way down on
Yeah.
the low end of the bowling center or something. I don't know. I guess should we not be surprised by all the high scores, you think, with the women on the short pattern?
Yeah, I mean, I expected them to be pretty good. They normally run over the short patterns. I think every year they normally tend to have a higher pace than sometimes the guys.
Yeah.
I think sometimes the guys just it gets a little squirrely. A lot more urethane going down for guys. The girls get a little softer release. They can throw the reactive stuff. They can get that down lane, and it kind of breaks down a little bit more uniform than when there's a whole lot of urethane and plastic going down with some of the guys with higher rev rates. Gets the carry down a little worse.
I know you wanted to talk about electronic music for a few minutes.
Definitely.
Andrew and I are both big fans of I think it's dance, techno, electronic music. And, we're sharing songs and stuff. So you see on Facebook, we sometimes post on each other's wall
I like to blow up
video.
Lucas's wall from time to time.
a new song or a new track.
Yep, definitely the best type of music.
That's right. Let's see, any other questions in there for Andrew before he takes off for the day? What kind of ball is Natalie Jimenez using? I don't know. She's done now, so.
It looked like it was hard to tell, but it looked like one of the older, I think it
Maybe an
was
Ultimate
that
Inferno?
Intense Inferno. What was that ball? It's one of those Infernos. Yeah, I can't remember that ball. It was the orange and Party
yeah.
Rock Anthem. That's a great song. Definitely.
Intense Inferno, maybe? Yeah, I don't know.
No, I don't think it was the Intense Inferno.
No.
It's that like kind of orange colored ball. Techno or dubstep. You know,
You like dubstep.
I like both. Yeah, I just went to a Nero concert. It was pretty good. I do like the dubstep, but some dubstep can be a little bit too much for me to handle.
Yeah, it can sometimes be a bit much for me, too.
Yeah, I tend to like the
It can be a bit heavy, I guess.
more peaceful
Yeah.
kind of trance, progressive house. A little bit more fun too. Dubstep can be a little intense. Total Inferno. That's the one.
Okay, Total Inferno. There you go.
Total Inferno.
We just had to go through all the Infernos. There have been so many Infernos.
Yeah,
That's,
Total Inferno. That was it. At least that's what it looks like. Hard to
Yeah.
tell.
Well, Andrew, thanks for sitting in. You're welcome to come
Had
up
a good
anytime
time.
you want. You know, if you want to come up tomorrow morning, feel free to stop in for a little bit. As the,
If I wake up in
women are
time, maybe I
bowling.
will.
No, right? You're probably going to sleep in, huh?
Oh,
You don't
I
have
guess
to
it
be
was
up
a
early,
rampage.
so-
Someone
There
says
you
it
go.
was a rampage.
We've got everybody says in the chat they know what it is. So
Let's pull out the binoculars.
Exactly. It's so dark in here that it's hard to tell what's going on anywhere. So.
What was
Oh.
your question?
Yeah, SD number 8 and number 2 wants you to answer
I don't see the
question before he goes. So post it again. What ball did you throw your first 300 with?
Time zone. I still have it in my room. Every time I look at it, bowled it when I was 12, so it's been a while.
Wow.
And I bowled, I think, one more 3-game set with it, and then I kind of retired that ball. And every time I look at it, I think about plugging it and pulling it back out. But I still have it. I think I may soon, though. I think I may soon. Time zone.
Dead Mouse.
that was
Got
a
a
good
Dead
ball,
Mouse
Time
fan
Zone.
in the chat.
Yeah, I do like Dead Mouse. He's pretty good. Okay. He was saying it was a good ball. Wish I could find another one.
There you go. If you have a time zone out there,
Send it to me.
you want to enter?
I'll try it out. I have no idea if it's going to be good anymore, but it was good when I threw it back in the day.
Yeah, maybe if they send you a time zone, you can send them one of your bowling balls back in return or something. One of your other ones.
It's a good deal.
That way you can have a time zone. Or they say maybe you can find one on eBay. I don't know.
Yeah, I probably should check, but they're hard to come by.
Yeah, I
Those
bet.
ones were pretty popular. But
well, game
thanks for
number
having
2.
me.
Yeah, it's over. So we got a little bit of a break here before we start the next game. So stick with us. We'll be back for the start of game 3 in just a little bit here live on Bowl TV. Thanks, Andrew, for sitting in. Appreciate it. Andrew Coff.
Can they hear us right now? Only Lucas. Hi. Nice studio meets. My live stream debut.
Back with the start of game number 3 here on Bowl TV, the Team USA trials from Texas Station. Lucas Wiseman here with you, and another special youngster joining us. We just had Andrew Coff in for a few minutes. EJ Tacket has stepped in. How you doing today?
Good, how are you?
Pretty good. You had a good day.
Yeah, not too bad.
Yeah, walk us through what happened today for you out there on the lanes.
To start, I actually had a lot of room playing up the gutter, throwing a pink hammer.
We saw that. You were on the featured pair for one of the games.
Yeah, it's funny. People always telling me, that ball's illegal. You can't use that ball. I'm like, oh, sorry about it. I'm using it.
It's perfectly legal, by the way.
Yeah. But I had a lot of room to start. About game 4, 5, I had to move in a little bit. They were breaking down. Yeah, I got a few good breaks today. Threw a couple bad shots, but all in all, it was a career day for me.
Yeah, you bowled well. You had
what
you averaged like 250 or something.
I think it was like 254. Yeah,
254 for the day, and nice block.
By far, that's the highest block I've ever bowled.
Seriously?
Yeah.
Like ever?
Ever, yeah.
Wow.
So it was pretty exciting for me.
And how's the week gone for you as a whole? It looks like you're in 12th place in the point standings. Kind of had a subpar day yesterday, or finished 47th, so picked up a lot of points there.
Yeah, the first 2 days, I actually didn't bowl that bad. I just had one bad shot a game pretty much, and I just had a tough time carrying yesterday. As we see her leave a 7-10 split here.
Jacqueline actually shot 300 the first game today.
Yeah, I heard that.
Yeah.
And I just had problems carrying. I threw the ball really well. Yesterday, I made a good move the 5th game, and then I made the turn from the high end to the low end, and it just caught me off guard, and I couldn't find anything down there. So I finished 175, 172, and went from tied for 14th to 47th that quick.
Yeah.
It was just a couple tough pairs and a couple tough breaks, and it happens. It's bowling.
EJ Tacket, our guest. Now, last year at this tournament, you bowled really well and made it on the Junior Team USA and Team USA. And what was that experience like for you over the past year? I know you didn't get to really travel much, but
with the adult team, I just wanted to learn much from the guys as I can, the pros and everybody, and a great group of guys that we got out there, you know. And I did learn a lot, and it has paid off. You know, I've been able to do some things that, you know, I didn't know how to do before. And then with junior team, I was able to travel to the Dominican.
Yep.
And we did really, really well there. You know, personally, I was part of 2 gold medals, 1 silver with the team, and with a silver in all events individually. So it was a great week. Had a lot of fun. Met some really nice people there, and it was a great experience.
And now you sit in 12th place in the points list. By the way, joined by EJ Tacket. In this new format based on the point system, I know it's kind of everybody's trying to get used to it, get a feel for it. Do you feel like you might have a chance to still make it into the top 3 tomorrow, or I guess it's kind of outside of your control?
Yeah, I kind of, you know, the first 2 days kind of put me behind the 8 ball.
Yeah.
Tomorrow, I think if to make the top 3, I think I'm going to have to finish first again to have a chance.
Yeah.
But all I can do is what I can do. I can't control what everybody else does. I mean, like, you know, any of these guys can have a day like Kyle King did, and you know, he did bowled very well the first 2 days, and he just couldn't find it today, and you know, went from 1st to 28th.
Yeah, he went 5th, and then 112th today.
Yeah,
and that kills you in the points.
And that can happen. And when these guys out here are shooting the scores like they did today, and you're having an off day, it's easy to just lose it. You have to stay on top of things so much, and it's so mentally grinding that it's easy to make one slip up can ruin your whole day.
We did get confirmation, by the way, that Ali Ijams shot 300 the second game, so we've had a 300 each game so far.
Yeah, I was actually down there. I actually saw it. Yeah, she.
Was everything pretty solid? In the
everything that I saw.
Yeah.
I watched her throw about the last 5 or 6, and everything was 10 straight back. So
she's a pretty solid bowler.
Yeah, she's
really good. Bowls at Wichita State. So I understand that you like to play golf a little bit.
Yeah, I do.
And what are you better at, golf or bowling?
Well, I'm better at bowling, but I love to play golf more than I do to bowl. And don't get me wrong, I love the bowl, but it's just my heart is more in golf, and that's why I'm, you know, in college. I'm at a D1 school that I'm getting full tuition to play golf at, and it's 40 minutes from my house, so
yeah,
it's nice. I get to play golf in the day and come home and bowl at night. So it's the best of both worlds.
Say, the best of both worlds.
And I still get to sleep in my own bed.
Yeah, that's pretty nice.
You can't beat that.
What school are you going to?
It's IPFW. It's in Fort Wayne, Indiana.
Okay. Yeah,
it's Indiana, Purdue, Fort Wayne.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
And you liking that? It's working
it's
out
a lot
for
of
you
fun.
So far? Yeah.
Yeah, it's a great program. The coach that we have there is an amazing guy, Coach Billy King. He's watching. I say hi right now to you. I know you were watching earlier. But, yeah, he's a great guy. I'm with a great bunch of people. I've met a lot of nice people through it. And I just can't say enough about the program and my coach.
Well, getting back to the competition here this week, what's your game plan tomorrow on Mexico City? Because everybody seems to think it's going to be a little bit lower scoring tomorrow. What's going to be your mindset as you get out there? What kind of look are you going to be looking for?
I'm just going to, in practice, try to figure out where to play and how to play. And, you know, like I said before, all I can control is me. So I'm going to go out and bowl the best that I can bowl, no matter if that be plus 50, minus 50, or plus 200. I can only do what I can do. So everything else is I can't control. So.
Do you have kind of a game plan as where you're going to play out there or what you're going to throw?
With my past experiences on Mexico City, I've always had the best success playing a little bit inside and keeping the ball tight to the pocket. That's where I've always had my best look at, you know, and just trying to control the pocket. And since it is a long pattern, it's going to be tough to get the 10 out and carry. But, I mean, I just got to make good shots, pick up my spares, and see what happens.
What would you say is the toughest of the 4 patterns this week for you?
Probably the medium.
Which was?
The sole.
The sole, the first day?
39 feet. I don't know why. I've just never been able to match up on a medium length pattern, no matter what it was. Long I've always been good at. Short I've always been good at. Medium has just always had my number. And the first 3 games on Monday or Tuesday, I was in the wrong zone and using the wrong ball. I was minus 29 through 3, and then they started breaking down. When they break down, then I'm all right. But it's the the first 3 or 4 games I have to get through, trying to grind out shooting 200 just to be able to do anything the last few games.
EJ Tacket is our guest, Team USA member and Junior Team USA member last year. And EJ, a question in the chat was, what bowling ball were you throwing today? Or did you throw anything besides the
No, I threw the pink hammer all
day.
That
pink hammer all day?
Yeah.
Wow. Well, what kind of stuff have you been throwing this week then, other than the pink hammer? Are you throwing any particular brand?
Yesterday I threw a Storm Prodigy to start. As they broke down, I switched to a 2 fast, and I didn't use that for very long. But at the end of the day, the last 3 games, I used a Resurgence, old school Resurgence there. So, and then on Tuesday, I started with a Raptor, Motive Raptor. Then I switched to my Rain of Fire Storm, and then I went back to the Raptor. And after that, I switched to the 2 fast again, and I ended up bowling really well once I switched to that ball. It gave me, it was able to get a little farther down lane and gave me a good read of the lane, and I was able to carry pretty well when I switched to that. So mostly Storm this week, mostly Storm.
Storm and bowling balls that are
older
than you. How old are you, by the way?
19.
19, yeah.
So that ball is at least 4 or 5 years older than me.
That's about right. Greg wanted to know if you're a member of the exclusive 300 hole-in-one club. I'm sure you've had a 300
yes,
and a hole-in-one, right?
I have had 1 hole-in-one.
1 hole, there you go. And how many 300s?
11.
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
Pretty good tally. Andrew Coff's got you by a few, though. I think he said he had 15 or 16, so you got to work to maybe you can catch him a few tomorrow.
I'll try.
See, if you have any questions for EJ, feel free to post it. Any thoughts on what ball you might throw tomorrow on Mexico City to start off with?
I'm thinking probably the Prodigy again. I've used that ball a lot in the past. It's always given me a really good read on a long pattern. So I'll start with that, see what it does. It might be a little flippy down lane, so I might have to go a little surface on it or ball down a little bit to control the back end of the lane. Even though it is 45 feet, you don't want to have a ball that's too flippy on the back end because it's hard to control the pocket when you have a ball that's too flippy. So let's see what it gives me in practice and go from there.
What are your thoughts on the point system overall? Do you feel like it's working, or do you not like it so far? Because it does kind of. I guess you would say hurt somebody like you who had a really big block today where you had a lot of distance between you and the field total pin-wise, but at the same time it kind of rewards consistency and versatility, I guess. So what are your thoughts on it? Because you're kind of in a unique position.
Yeah,
I'm sure right now you're not loving it right now.
No, I even before the tournament I wasn't really fond of it because I thought about it a little bit, and honestly you could have the winner of the tournament not be the high average bowler for the week.
Absolutely, yeah, you could.
And
in fact, I think that's likely.
Yeah, and for somebody like Kyle King today, he had a really tough day. Even if he comes out tomorrow, he can do anything. He can't do anything because he's so far down in the points now with only 1 day left. He just can't make it up. And if it was total pins, he could at least make up, maybe a couple hundred pins if he had a day like I did today. So, in that aspect, I think it's unfair. The aspect of consistency, it's okay. But I think what they should do with the points is like they have in the past and do a total pins for the tournament, but use the point system to make their selections.
Yeah.
I think that's the perfect way to do it. That way, you have the winner of the tournament was the best bowler that week, not the most consistent, just the best that week. I think that's the best way to do it, but that's my opinion. So,
Yeah, everybody has their opinion about the new system. It's definitely different and makes you think a little bit differently about how things are going out there. But that was my biggest concern coming into this week, was that somebody would go, have 3 top 5 finishes and have 1 bad day and then really be out of it.
Yeah.
And, but at the same time, I'm sure that the selection committee will look at that and try to make a determination of whether they want to pick that person if they had 3 really stellar days and just 1 bad day. Might not make them out of contention to get selected.
Yeah, sure. I mean, like, in my position, the first 2 days I didn't bowl that bad, but I just didn't score. And that put me in 28th in the points.
Yeah.
And then I come out today and I looked at it, or somebody told me that, I'm in 12th in the points, but overall pinfall, I'm in 3rd.
Yeah.
So right now, I'm really not liking it.
Exactly. So. Yeah. Yeah, and you still have a chance though to get up there. If you go well tomorrow, and you need some help from some other folks who are above you, but you could certainly get there for sure.
Yeah. I just have to, again, just go do my thing tomorrow.
Yep. Exactly. Well, we wish you luck tomorrow in the final round, and thanks for stopping in for a few minutes here on our live broadcast. And great bowling again today, and we hope that it continues tomorrow. So, EJ Tacket, thank you very much for stopping up.
Thank you.
So a couple of guests here this afternoon for you guys watching on Bowl TV. Andrew Coff, EJ Tacket, nice enough to stop in and chat for a few minutes today. So thanks to both of those guys for stopping in. As we are in the 7th frame now, or just wrapping up the 6th frame actually. Can we look at the scoreboard? It's our 3rd game out of 7. As the squad goes on, we'll try to give you an update on the total overall points as to where they would be if the squad ended probably after 3 or 4 games. Probably give you that first update to let you know how things are looking. Someone wants to know if Shannon Pluhowski will be on the featured pair. I don't believe so. I believe she started just to our right. So I don't think she's going to cross here. Yeah, she's all the way down on the low end of the bowling center. So I don't believe will make it onto our featured pair. It's possible that she could the last game, but I'm not sure. I don't think so. Some Twig says, so after 4 days, whoever leads in pinfall would receive 1 point, 2 points. So the best you can do is 5 points. No, that's not the case. The best you can do is 4 points. It's points for each round. There are no points given for total pinfall. So it's just the 4 rounds is where you can earn points. Bowl TV's Matt Lawson in the house, getting some video together today. Matt's going to do a video feature on the winners tomorrow, so nice to see him here. Be sure to look for that on bowl.com tomorrow night or Saturday morning. Jacqueline with the missed 4-pin there. She's been bowling rather well so far in this block and gives some pins away right there with that missed single pin. Hoping to have standings for you here again pretty quickly. The women only have 4 on a pair for the most part. There's one single bowler out there, so that's only 3 on a pair. But they bowl relatively quickly, and so the scores don't get done quite as quickly as they do on the men's side. Usually we get scores by the 7th or 8th frame on the men's side. Takes a little bit longer on the women's side, only because they bowl faster. And someone asked in the chat what the asterisk means next to a name. That's somebody who's eligible to make it onto Junior Team USA. We are in the 8th frame of game number 3 here on our featured pair. Scores on the women's side today. Brandy's asking about the scores. They've been pretty high for the women so far. Men's scores were pretty high as well. Already had a couple of 300s so far on this squad. Carbonetto and iJams both with 300s. Tammy Turner had one yesterday. If you're an adult bowler but under the age of 20, you're still eligible to be on junior team. Yes, you are. You just need to be age eligible. And yes, you can be on both Junior Team USA and Team USA. EJ Tacket, who was our last guest, accomplished that feat last year here at the team trials. Scott Boyle also, as well as Kim Eulis and Brittany Hamilton last year. They had 4 members of Team USA and Junior Team USA. So a little bit of overlap there. have an update for you now after 2 games. Allie IJM's in the lead with that 300 game, 541 for 2. That's amazing. A 270.5 average for the first 2 games. Allie goes 241, 300. Awesome bowling. Jacqueline Carbonetto, 300 and 227. So 527 for her, a 263.5 average. Just unbelievable bowling for those two. Christina Halen also bowling well, 503. She's averaging 251.5. Danielle McEwen, 478. Shannon Plahowski, 472. Josie Ernest, 461. Jessica Ernest, 457. Brittany Hamilton, 445. Christina Brown, 439. Natalie Jimenez and Shelly Goodwin tied at 427. And a bit of a surprise here. Liz Johnson off to a real slow start in 18th place with 401. So Liz not really lighting it up like we expected her to thus far. DeAndres Beatty, 15th place, 409. I saw her earlier. She said she was not feeling well today. So the big story, 2 300s already, 1 each game. I don't know if we're going to have one this game or not, but we've had one in game 1 and game 2. Carbonetto and IJams, both with 300s so far. Thanks to our IT staff for getting those scores done so quickly for us. Much appreciated. I know all the fans out there appreciate it as well. What are the 4 shots that were put out this year, and will they be the same next year? I doubt they'll be the same next year, but you never know. They sometimes vary year to year, and the 4 patterns this year: Seoul, Paris, Stockholm, and Mexico City. Today is Stockholm, 34 feet. Mexico City tomorrow at 45 feet. And Carbonetto misses a second single pin this game. That one came in the 10th frame, and 193 for her this game. So after the real strong start, a 300, a 227, now 193. She missed back-to-back single pins on that right lane this game. Look at the scoreboard for you here as we're wrapping up game 3. Steve wants to know if it looks like Brittany Hamilton will make it onto the featured pair. Brittany is off to my right now. I think she's going to just miss us, if I'm not mistaken. Kim Carper's final shot here on our featured pair. Goes through the face, gets 8. She shoots 209. Shelly Goodwin finishes with a strike for 142. And that's the end of game number 3 on our featured pair. So we are going to take a quick commercial break, but we'll be back in just a couple of minutes here live on Bowl TV. Stay with us. Back just a couple of minutes.
Goodbye, Joe. Me gotta go, me oh my oh. Me gotta go, polar beer road down the bayou. My chili sweet for me, me oh my oh. Son of a gun, we're gonna have big fun on the bayou.
Get ready to bowl the Bayou in 2012 as the USBC Open Championships heads to the River Center in Baton Rouge, Louisiana.
Pick guitar, Bill Joy, and Gale. Son of a gun, we're gonna have big fun along the bayou.
Bowlers return to the Cajun capital for the first time since 2005, and the city of Baton Rouge is ready to roll out the red carpet for all bowlers. In the Cajun capital of food and fun, there's something for everyone in Baton Rouge. And with millions of dollars in side games and brackets on the line, there's more than one way to come home a winner. Visit the Open Championships page at bowl.com to reserve your spot.
Son of a gun, we're gonna have big fun on the bayou.
Bowl TV has a new address. All of the video features, coaching tips, and live events you've been watching for years are still available on bowl.com, but now there's a new YouTube home for all things bowling. Bowl TV has its own channel, and it's so easy to find. YouTube.com/BowlTV. That's it. And you never know what you'll see. If you've previously been following us on the Grow the Sport channel, it will still be there, but very soon all new videos will only be available on the Bowl TV channel. So please take the time to subscribe today. That way you'll be among the first to know as soon as a new video is posted or a live event gets underway. There are big things happening on Bowl TV. Don't miss a minute. Click on subscribe and let the good times roll.
The United States Bowling Congress is shaping the future of bowling, helping kids learn the sport the right way, and awarding thousands of scholarships every year. USBC supports Special Olympics and America's Best when they go for the gold as the home and heart of Team USA. We're reaching for new heights in research, raising the bar with spectacular national tournaments, and have raised millions of dollars to help fight cancer and support veterans. Visit bowl.com to learn more.
In 2012, the Women's Championships returns to the most prestigious venue in the sport, the National Bowling Stadium in Reno, Nevada. Bowlers are headed back west in 2012, and they will find plenty of off-the-lanes fun in the city of Reno. Downtown Reno has a new sports and entertainment development next to the bowling stadium. If you bowl early in the year, enjoy some of the best skiing in the country. In the spring and summer, Lake Tahoe provides a breathtaking outdoor escape, and championship golf courses are just minutes away. The Reno Sparks Convention and Visitors Bureau, Reno area hotels, and USBC Travel will be there to make sure your team's trip to Reno is a memorable one. And with an expected prize fund of more than $2 million, there's plenty of ways for you to cash in on the lanes. Visit the Women's Championships page of bowl.com and reserve your spot.
Back with the start of our fourth game now. You saw who was on the featured pair for this game. Look at the scoreboard again. Appreciate everybody tuning in for our live broadcast today. Team USA Trials here at Texas Station. Watching our live coverage here on Bowl TV of the Team USA trials. Lucas Wiseman here with you. And no, I have not died. I'm still alive. I was actually getting a start on my press release, typing up the quote that I got from A.J. Johnson and getting the things ready. Trying to get ahead a little bit for my work this evening, because once the bowling ends, my real work begins. Got to get the press release done and update the website, update the Facebook. So I'm still here with you, don't worry. So we're watching Game 4. Getting ready to head into the 5th frame here. And pretty close to the halfway point of the block. Amanda Falk up now, lefty on the left lane. That one kind of runs away from her for a strike. Dude wants to know if Brandy Branco will be on the featured pair next. I have no idea, sorry. I have a very small perch up here where I get to see 31 and 32 and maybe 30, 29, 30, 33, 34, but beyond that, kind of hard to track where everybody is. Bowling on Stockholm today, 34 feet, our shortest pattern. little bit better looking shot there from Amanda. Gets it in the pocket that time. Mr. Off the Wall wants to know how Kyle King did earlier. It was not a good day for the King. Finished in 112th place and has kind of dropped himself out of contention. Nice shot by Michaela Douglas. It's double for her, rebounding after missing that single pin in the 6th frame. Wrapping up the 8th frame here in our 4th game. We do have an update now for you after 3 games. Allie Ijam's in first place, 737. Danielle McEwen, she is bowling real well today. Danielle McEwen, very solid, 235, 243, 256, 734. Jacqueline Carbonetto, 720. Shannon Pluhowski, 697. Christina Halen, 681. That's the top 5. Liz Johnson in 11th place on this squad at 624. starting to hear some clapping coming from the high end where Liz Johnson is bowling. I can see her scoreboard. I can't tell what she had the first 5 frames, but she has nothing but strikes on the board since the 6th, though I have a feeling she might have the front 10. And she just left a 10 pin on the second shot, so definitely won't be a 300 for her. Can't tell what the score is, but it's going to be a big game for Liz Johnson for sure. Which means Liz Johnson should move up in the standings after this game, more than likely. As we have now wrapped up game 4 on our featured pair. And we will wait for the start of the next game. Here we go with the start of game number 5. It's a good one. Brandy Branca, Elise Bolton, Leanne Holsenberg, and Brittany Hillman on our featured pair this game. So a nice, diverse group of bowlers here. I think Leanne has really struggled today based on the standings that I've seen. Brandy Branca kicks things off with a 6-10 lead. Holsenberg comes up light, leaves the 2-4, 8-10. Well, Leanne said that if she made it on to the featured pair, she wanted me to say hello to her son Barrett. Barrett is watching. Your mom says hi, and I know she likes that you're watching her, so hi, Barrett. Unfortunately, your mom left a split on the first shot. Maybe she'll make it for you. And it's an open frame for Leanne to kick things off here in game 5. Elise Bolton up on the right lane. She kicks things off with a strike. Leanne with a better looking shot there. Kicks out the 10 pin for a strike, a nice looking strike for Leanne Holsenberg. She was our guest on the live stream yesterday for a bit. Won the U.S. Women's Open last year. Branca crosses over and gets a little love tap on that 9 pin, but doesn't get it to go over. Stays up. So 9.5 there for Branca. Again, bowling on the short pattern today. Stockholm, 34 feet. As mentioned in the chat, you won't see many people playing too deep on this pattern. A lot of folks have found success playing to the right. Obviously, that's not Leanne Holsenberg's cup of tea, so she has been struggling a bit here today on this short pattern. And for those of you wondering, yes, Elise Bolton is transferring to Nebraska. She was at Sam Houston State in Huntsville, Texas, but she's decided to transfer to Nebraska. Be a nice addition for the Cornhuskers. Elise starts with a double. She's not eligible to compete this coming up semester, but she will be eligible for next season. So she'll have to sit out for a semester before she can bowl again. Don't know about Elise's personal situation or why she's transferring, but she's made the decision that she wants to go to Nebraska, so that's where she's going to head this coming semester. And I think because she decided to transfer before the end of this past semester, that she doesn't have to sit out a full year. See if Holsenberg can turn that strike into a double here. She does, gets the connection. Look at the scoreboard for you. Third frame of game number 5. And that was not a very good shot by Elise, but it does manage to strike. Crossover. Gives her 3 in a row to start the game. Holsenberg looking to make it 3 in a row after the open to start the game. That's a good shot right there. So Leanne has set the stage for a good game here. Question in the chat was Allie's 300 on camera. Unfortunately, it was not. It was all the way down on the low end of the bowling center, so we didn't get to see it. I think Jacqueline Carbonetto's 300 was also down there, so we did not get to see that one either. Jacob wants to know what EJ Tackett's total for the day was. It was a lot. He averaged 254 for 7 games today. Well, Bolton comes up light, leaves a 2-4-5. That'll end her string of strikes at 3 to start this game. Another strike for Boomer. That is 4 in a row for her after starting with that open frame. Got a special guest sitting in with us for a couple of minutes here. Jim Callahan from Storm. How you doing, Jim?
Great. How are you, Lucas?
Pretty good. You seem to be keeping a keen eye on Leanne Holsenberg. I think she's had a bit of a struggle the first couple of games today. I don't know what she had in game 4, but
I think she bowled 170 or so and push. Got around that one a little quick. It's the fresh has always been a struggle for Leanne because of her, her axis rotation, and her tilt makes her kind of be more adapt to play the middle of the lane, and with the shorter patterns you got to play the right. So today was her big nervous day, so we've kind of had to stay on it. It's kind of flattening out a little bit here where it's coming to her a little bit. She threw that one bad, but she bowled 2-0, and I believe she bowled 218 down here on the end. So I mean it's getting closer to getting in her wheelhouse a little bit, and she's getting a little bit closer. And I think she has a triple or a 4-bagger this game in here somewhere, so I just walked up a little bit ago.
Yeah, she had it open in the first frame, left the 2-4-8-10, and then rattle off 4 strikes before that 3-6 right there.
This is an interesting pair. I mean, Tammy Turner bowled on this pair, I believe, a little while ago, and I was talking to her, and this pair seems to be much, much tighter than the rest of the pairs. I mean, especially the left lane. Tammy came to this pair and actually said she almost got 3 off the right in the first frame.
She shot 180 on this pair, and she was about 20 boards left of anybody else on the pair. So she was crossing about 20, 22 at the arrows.
Yeah, I mean, we finally got her a little bit to the right. It's and it's funny because this is probably the most difficult day for Storm players. We have DeAndre, we have Leanne, and we have Tammy Turner, which all of those are a little bit higher rev rate than most of the younger kids that they have that they like to play out to the right, and it's a little bit of a struggle for our players to get out to the right. So it's been I'm crossing my fingers that the transition's happening and it's going to get a little bit better here. It's been a little bit of struggle at the beginning.
Well, with this format, with the point system, you can't afford to really have a bad day, especially in the women's field, because it's not going to take very many points to win. And so it seems like a player like Leanne really needs to make up some ground here in the back half of this block to really have a chance to win the tournament or be in the top 3.
Correct. That's the thing that we've talked about with the 3 girls is with the point system being unique as it is, that every single pin that you get, it could get you another point.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And now we're in a position where Leanne struggled a little bit at the beginning. We're where we're kind of trying to chunk away a little bit at a time. We were in the 50s at the beginning, and then she bowled 2 O's and moves into the 40s. I think it's crucial that she gets in at least the teens here, and that'll get her in the 20s as a number. I mean, if like you said, it's key for our 3 players, especially DeAndre as well, that if she grabs a 35 or a 40 here, You know what I mean? Then all of a sudden she's got 50, and it becomes very interesting tomorrow for the long pattern. So this is definitely crucial, these last 3 games, and you said it exactly right. We need to get some strikes here and get rolling.
We saw some big scores come off the squad the first couple of games. You think it's toned down a little bit, or is it staying pretty steady?
No, I think it's toning down a little bit. I think the friction to the right was strong enough to get the balls to come off it. Obviously, there was a 300 the first game and
a 300 the second game as well.
Oh, I didn't know that. And there was a 270, so it was very violent off it. I believe now it's developing in most of the pairs and walking across here that it's kind of developed a little bit of a hill. It's got a little wet dry side to side where the players can kind of lean on it around the second arrow. Now, if you notice, a lot of the players, when they come to this pair, down the lane, they're using that, that second arrow tracer as a little bit of a hold or a spot to get it to come off of, and it's definitely getting a little bit tighter, and I think the scoring pace is going to kind of slow down a little bit here.
And here's Leanne in the 7th. We just got the scores in after 4 games. Jacqueline Carbonetto is leading the way at 9:56. There's a nice strike for Leanne. Shannon Plahowski in second at 9:33. Danielle McEwen is third, 9:27. Allie Ijams in fourth at 8:99. And Liz Johnson making the big move up to 8:93 after 2:69 in Game 4. That's a big game for her. She jumps up in the standings. Leanne Holstenberg 32nd after 4 games. So she's at 7:69 and has some work to do this back half of the block, and she's getting the job done so far this game.
That's what we were talking about, that this is a key, last 3 or 4 frames to get her 230 or 240, because if you look at the scoring pace, 230 or 240 could move her up 15 or 16 or even, 20 spots. So that's we're looking for all 3 of the girls to, continue to improve here and at the end be strong closers. Like, you got to understand that there's a lot of very young players in this field, so when you get to the end and you need it, the 3 players that Storm has with Leanne, Tammy, and DeAndre, they've been there a lot of times. So I'm hoping that, they draw from their performance in the past, their experience, and, close real strong here, and then we can get up and get a strong finish, because tomorrow with the long pattern, I believe it's going to be very strong.
Game on for Storm.
Team Storm is going to do okay tomorrow. So.
Yeah. Well, I think the big key for Leanne here down the stretch is going to be to try to stay as close to Liz Johnson as she can. Correct. Because they were 1-2 after 2 days, and Liz now all of a sudden up in 5th place, and it's going to be real hard for any of your 3 players to catch Liz, especially if she's still in single digits after 3 days. She had 4 points coming in. Yep. She stays in 5th. She's only got 9 points with a day to go. That's going to be real tough to beat.
Very, very difficult.
Yeah, with this format.
And the thing about Liz that she is in a situation where she never really hurts herself. On the long pattern, may not be her best pattern, but she's not going to hurt herself. She's going to keep it in play. And, I mean, for her, I would think that her objective every day is to have a single-digit number, because that's what the objective was for all 3 of our girls. And it's on the longer pattern, she's just going to kind of grind it along, and we got to hope that our girls beat them up tomorrow. And we're going to finish strong here. I'm confident. And we have a lot of talent in our players, and we have confidence. And, we just signed Leanne here within the last month or so after 23 years with the Ebonite Brands, and it's been great for us. We're really excited about it, and she's excited about it. So
yeah, we had her on yesterday. She was talking a bit about that and getting adjusted to the new equipment and having thrown one brand for so many years, and then coming on to Storm and picking up that stuff. But it's looked pretty good so far this week. She's had a pretty good week the first two days of the tournament. So
it's funny, when I was on the ladies tour 10 or 12 years ago, Leah and I used to travel a lot together, so I have a pretty good rapport with her, and we've been on the phone kind of like the update after practice every day of drilling these new balls, and it's interesting. Well, I like this one, or this one doesn't do that or does that, and so she kind of had a little game plan, and we had a really good practice day the other day where she knows what the balls do and where they fall, and you can't really ever practice at home on how these patterns break down. I mean, she could run it in a machine, but with all the different styles, they break down a different way. So this is really the first time that she's changing ball to ball, and it's she's done a great job. She's a fantastic bowler. I mean, it's a huge addition for us. Better hook.
It does.
Got one there. That's a good one.
Did she start the day left of pretty much everybody else around her, or did she try to play right?
She tried to play a little right. She probably started 13, 14 and kind of just tried to arc it to like 6, 7, just try to not get a big change of direction on the back of the lane and control the break point. And it was okay. She missed a couple spares the first game, and she's definitely she hasn't missed any. I mean, she's grinding along and she's grabbing doubles for 2-0 and 2-1. I mean, it's really important for her to make this team. I mean, this is one thing that, when I talked to her a couple weeks ago, she wants to be a bowler again. After winning the U.S. Open, I mean, she's excited. She wants Barrett and Gary to enjoy, her life as a bowler, because they really didn't get to see that portion of her. And I'm telling you, she's very well practiced, and I mean, we're really excited to have her. This is a big one right here. We need this.
Ninth frame, working on a double. She can still get in the 250s.
A little bit to the right. Better suck up.
Oh, lucky to get that 10-pin out.
Yeah, burn up a little bit. It's all right. Make the spare. 220. Strikes out in the 10th for 230 here. That's okay. That's going to move her up some spots.
Yeah. Did you think that that later on in this block that it might open up a little bit for players like Leanne and Tammy and Deandra, with so many players playing right and just kind of beating up the pattern right, give them a spot to throw to and give them a little chance to put up some big scores down the stretch?
That's what the plan was, and I believe that that's happening a little bit. But the thing that I've noticed over the first 2 days as well as today, it's never really got to that spot where you can really throw it left or right.
Really?
The volume has lasted a long time. I mean, yesterday with the longer pattern, they were tight down the lane, and with the times that Leanne and Tammy and even Deandra are best and have an advantage is when they can move left and give away the pocket and make it come around. It really hasn't got to that 3 days. Today it's getting there a little bit now, and you can see that Leanne's ball's coming off the spot, but it's still not. She's probably on her B game. She's not really into the A game yet and really letting it go and making it come around on the back.
We've still got another frame to go, and I'm guessing you're going to want to go with Leanne to the next pair. But what's the game plan for tomorrow for your players on the 45-foot Mexico City pattern?
I think we're going to try to, obviously with the longer patterns, we're going to start out in, between 12 and, 15, 16 with some balls that are smooth, because we don't want balls to jerk off the back of the pattern. Wait till it comes to us a little bit. I believe the girls tomorrow, it's the pattern that the kids are going to kind of panic a little bit and have a little bit more surface. So we're hoping that they'll blow out the break point a little bit, and then Tammy and Boomer can move to the left and get it to that spot and make it come around on the back and get to that spot where you were just asking if it got to. Tomorrow, we believe it's going to get to that spot, and I think it's going to be a good day for our girls tomorrow. Deandra just bailed out 2-0 that game, too, so she had a little struggle the game before that for 150, so we need to get her going these last 2 or 3 games. But it's good.
Big 10th frame for Leanne here. Looking to get into the 230s with a couple of strikes.
She missed that one.
Yep.
That wasn't very good. 4 through the middle.
Gets 4 on the spare, so it hurts her on the count.
Yeah,
and,
that's not very good on the count.
A difficult split to make. Makeable, but difficult.
Correct. And if you watch. Oh, I'm sorry.
I was going to say kind of a tough way to start and finish the game. Started with a split for an open, and looks like she might end with a split for an open.
The one thing, if you notice on these patterns, too, as the day goes on, and you're doing this, is that when these shots come up like this with this 4, what happens is the bowlers try to fit it into that spot. If you notice and you look back and you don't have a replay, but you can go back where Leanne got a little bit forward and she tried to kind of make it force into that spot, which makes it either burn up or go early. The key on these patterns is you have to be free and be comfortable and just make sure you trust what you're doing and make it come off your hand cleanly. And when you don't, these are the things that happen. And you'll see that as the day goes on, that you'll see balls burning up or hooking early because they're trying to make the ball fit into that spot because they're not comfortable.
So she goes 4-4 in the 10th for 208, so she'll be a little disappointed about that.
She'll be a little aggravated by that. But
missed opportunity to pick up some wood.
We'll go to the next game here. Hopefully we can get her 230 or 240. Yeah, she's mad. Definitely so.
Well, we saw Liz yesterday, the last 2 games, go 260, 260 to move from 32nd to 3rd. So, and you know that Leanne's certainly capable of doing that.
Past performance states that at the end, because of the way that Leanne bowls, that she always bowls better at the end.
Yeah.
When they open up a little bit, she's going to be able to give away the pocket and get it to come around. And today she just had a little struggle getting comfortable. And, I mean, it's getting a little bit better. And as she's went, I mean, she's never been in this atmosphere before. This is new for her.
Yeah.
She's a rookie here. And
yeah.
I mean, one of the jokes on Facebook the other day, she put a post on that she was the oldest rookie in the tournament for the ladies. So, I mean, some of the girls.
It's probably true.
Yeah, we were joking the other day that some of these kids that she's bowling with could be her daughter.
Absolutely. There's a lot of youngsters out here bowling this.
She's not going to like that I said that.
There's a lot of youngsters bowling, and, Leanne has had a great career, and she's trying to, put a little cherry on the top of the sundae here with getting on Team USA. That'd be a nice accomplishment for her.
It's definitely a priority for her. I mean, we've talked about this for the last 2 or 3 weeks, and she's worked extremely hard. I mean, practicing at home with Gary and and they've done a lot of work to get her swing in line, and she's been bowling great. I mean, it's like you say, this is the toughest day. If she gets through here, she's still got a real positive attitude. One thing about Leanne, that's a positive. She's a great competitor as well as a good sport. I mean, if you watch, even with her struggling or bowling good, she's still rooting for all the other people as well as herself. I mean, so we'll see. We got 2 games to go. Let's get our girls striking here, and tomorrow's another day, and we're not done here yet. We're going to get some wood back here, and we'll be fine.
Jim Callahan, thanks for stopping up for a few minutes.
Appreciate it. We'll stop back, and if you need me anymore, just let me know.
Yeah, we'll let you know. Thanks,
Thanks, bud.
Appreciate the insight. Good
Absolutely.
luck to your players the rest of the day.
Thanks, bud. Appreciate it.
Jim Callahan from Storm Products stopping in for a few minutes here on our live broadcast while Leanne was on our featured pair. Thanks to him. Always nice to hear from Jim. He's got some good insight for us as to how the players that he's helping out this week are doing. As we're wrapping up game number 5. Take a look at the scoreboard. You can see Leanne with the 208, Brittany Hillman with a 177, Brandy Branca 190. Elise Bolton can strike out for 244, despite that missed single pin in the 7th. Comes up light and leaves the 2-8 though. And Bolton with the open frame in the 10th. And she shoots 210, so 10th frame not kind to a couple of bowlers on this pair that game. We'll wait for game 6 to begin. Stick with us. More coverage coming up here on Bowl TV. You're watching our live coverage of the Team USA trials here on Bowl TV. A look at the scoreboard so you can see who we've got for you this game. This is game number 6. We've got one more to go after this one until we call it a day. Was just working with our IT team, looking at the overall standings, trying to work some kinks out with that system. And looks like Liz Johnson in the lead with 9 points currently if the standings stayed where they are. Liz with 5 points today based on a 5th place finish. If she stays there, but certainly a good opportunity for Liz to move up even beyond that 5th place today and earn less points, which is the key and the goal, to get as few points as possible. I think by the end of the day we may see some separation. I think we may end up with just a couple of players really fighting it out for that top spot and for the top 3. I think Liz Johnson and Danielle McEwen at this point are the 2 players to beat in the overall standings. So we'll keep you updated on the standings as soon as we have them. In the meantime, hope you're enjoying our coverage here on Bowl TV. I'll check in again with you when I have an update for you on the standings in just a little bit. watching our live coverage of the Team USA trials here on Bowl TV. Lucas Wiseman here with you. And we do have an update after game number 4 of the overall standings. We had to do a little work on that, but we've got it now for you. Liz Johnson, 9 points. If the standings for round 3 stayed exactly as they were after game 4, Liz Johnson would have 9 points and be in the lead. Danielle McEwen, 13 points. And listen to this. It then drops off to 37 points for third place, which is Leanne Holsenberg. That is a big, big drop-off. So, actually, not quite sure that's right. Kelsey Muther, 29 points would be next, is what that is. So an interesting squad shaping up here in the women's division. An opportunity for Liz Johnson and Danielle McEwen to really start to run away with this thing and put themselves in great position heading into tomorrow. To have results after 5 games here on the squad now. And it is Danielle McEwen in the lead, 1193. She shot .266 last game. And in the lead with 2 games to go. Shannon Plahowski in second place at 1188. Jacqueline Carbonetto in third at 1158, again after 5 games. Josie Ernest in fourth place, 1106. Brittany Hamilton, 5th, 1101. Allie Ijams, 6th place, 1097. Liz Johnson, 7th at 1089. And so we are now just awaiting an update to the overall standings and give you an idea of where we stand with a couple of games to go. We're in game 6 right now. Just wrapping up game 6. Take a look at our scoreboard on our featured pair here. They are trying to fix lane 33 just off to the right. Looks like it's not going to delay Brandy Silva from bowling. And she misses the 7-pin. Liz Johnson, by the way, is putting together a real nice 6th game here. 135 in the 6th frame and 3 strikes in a row. So she's looking at potential 255 this game. And Liz starting to turn it on. And if she continues to bowl at that pace, then she almost certainly will be the leader going into the last day. Looking pretty solid for her to maintain that overall lead. Game 6 now completed on our featured pair. Liz Johnson just struck on her first shot in the 10th frame. Keep you posted on that as she's finishing up. Off to our left. Liz is up on the approach. You're going to see her ball go down the lane off to the left of your screen. Just throwing the ball. There it is. And strikes again. So Liz is going to be in the 250s this game. Liz Johnson closed it out with another strike, 255 for LJ. A look at the bowlers on our featured pair here for the final game of the day. It's the same bowlers we started the tournament with, round 1. Missy Parkin, Nicole Parkhurst, Adeline Pointer, and Shannon Pluhowski for the final game of the day. Well, we're in the final game here of the day. Nicole Parkhurst up on the left lane. Missy Parkin going to be up on the right lane. Also have Shannon Plahowski and Adeline Pointer for you this final game. Appreciate everybody tuning in throughout the day. Coverage will resume tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. Pacific time, 11 a.m. Eastern, with the final round of the women's competition for you. And the men will have their final round in the afternoon. Great Dane wants to know what I average, and Mr. Sports Freak already presented the answer for you. I'm about 212 on a house shot and about 190 on a sports shot. Nowhere near good enough to be competing out here against these bowlers, that's for sure. If you're new to the broadcast or just tuning in, you want to make sure you click subscribe just above your video. That will enter you into our giveaway. We're going to give away a USBC prize pack tomorrow afternoon during the men's final round to a random subscriber. The way that you enter is by subscribing to our channel. So all you have to do is subscribe, and we're going to pick a random winner tomorrow afternoon. So be sure to tune back in for that and see if your name is the lucky one that gets selected. Appreciate everybody's interaction throughout the day here on Twitter and Facebook. It's greatly appreciated. You're helping spread the word about our broadcast. If you want to interact with us on social networking, you can do so on Twitter at USBC. It's twitter.com/USBC if you want to follow USBC on Twitter. I'm on Twitter at Lucas_Wiseman. If you are on Twitter, be sure to follow me and USBC as well. Facebook, you can find us on USBC's Facebook page at facebook.com/USBC and the number 1, USBC1. Or just search for USBC on Facebook. We're the page with about almost 49,000 likes. Pretty good number. Growing every day, our Facebook page is. So make sure you like us on Facebook. And my very modest page compared to the USBC page, which has almost 49,000, I've got 987 likes on my page. So you can help me get to 1,000 if you like my page. That'd be pretty cool. Facebook.com/LucasUSBC for that. Sometimes I post some behind-the-scenes pictures and status updates. But we had some good interaction this morning, really boosted our viewership numbers earlier today by spreading the word on social network, and just more proof that it counts. We went from about 599 viewers to, I think, over 700 in that little push, and eventually ended up around 850 at one point. Now we're about 600 as we're winding down the day. But certainly appreciate everybody's efforts to help get the word out about our broadcast here on Bowl TV. Take a look at your scoreboard here as we are wrapping up the third frame on our featured pair of the last game. Up to 991 on my Facebook page. Just 9 away, almost there. Facebook.com/LucasUSBC. Thanks everybody for the likes, much appreciated. Missy Parkin, Queens champion last year. With a strike there in the fourth frame. All right, 996, only 4 away from the magic number of 1,000. Thanks, everybody. Spread the word about social media, Facebook page. Oh, over 1,000. Thanks, everybody. Appreciate it so much. Very kind of you to push me over 1,000 likes. Shannon Blahowski's got the front 3 here on our featured pair. Give you another look at the scoreboard now as we're in the 5th frame of the final game of the day. Again, once the competition concludes for the day, you'll be able to find the results on bowl.com/TeamUSA Trials. They will be posted there shortly after the conclusion of the squad. Got to take a little bit of time to verify everything, and then they should be up there for you. Great Dane says, Lucas, what ball company do you throw? Sorry for the bother. It's no bother, don't worry. I am not on a ball staff. I don't throw any particular brand. It kind of varies. I've got a couple of Storm and Roto balls that I really enjoy right now, the Virtual Gravity Nano and the Infinite Theory. A couple of balls in my bag. I've also got a Brunswick Wild Card that I throw sometimes. And Columbia 300 Pure Physics. So nice little variety of bowling balls. Shannon Plahowski just kind of slowly striking away here on our featured pair. She's got the front 5 and going to be up just a couple of moments, looking for 6 in a row. Plahowski with another one. Front 6 for Shannon. Maybe we can go out with a bang here on our final game. Lucas, what's the next ball you want to get? Boy, I haven't really thought about that. Pretty satisfied with the bowling balls I have now. To be honest, I don't really follow too closely all the new bowling equipment that comes out. And there's so many of them that lose track. But I don't know. Maybe I'll see if I can get a new ball before the Open Championships. I'll be bowling that the end of February, so may try to get something new for that tournament. It's always a big tournament. Like to have some new equipment for that. Missy Parkin looking for another strike, and she gets it. It's 4 in a row for Missy. Oh, Plahowski's run comes to an end with a 7-pin. It was a pretty good shot, too. Rang right around it. Missy Parkin looking to extend her string of strikes there, looking for another one. She is such a great bowler. Queen's champion. Gets another one there. Going to be done pretty quick on our featured pair at this rate. Well, lots of questions for me tonight in the chat. What's your favorite food to eat when bowling? Boy, I usually don't eat when I'm bowling. When I'm bowling, I'm usually focused on bowling and not eating, so I would say nothing. I usually like to drink a lot of water when I bowl. I usually try to drink a bottle of water every game. Stay hydrated. Nicest center I've ever been to. Got asked that question earlier this week, and I say it's the International Training and Research Center. That's where we have our office league. And it's a great place to bowl our office league. That's got some leather couches and stuff spread out. It's pretty nice. No, Kerry wants to know, who will we see next game? Nobody, because this is the last game. And we'll be back again tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. About, what, let's say 14 hours from now? Take a look at the scoreboard. You can see Adeline Pointer and Missy Parkin with some strings of strikes going on, and Shannon Blahowski with a good game. Nicole Parkhurst not bowling too shabby either. Alti wants to know what ball I throw. Most recent ball that I threw in league was Virtual Gravity Nano. Had a pretty good night with it, subbing in Edmond, Oklahoma, the same bowling center that Anne-Marie Dugan has her pro shop in. I was subbing up there with my girlfriend in league and shot 660, so I was pretty pleased with that, considering I'd never bowled in that center before. Plahowski, no love on the 8-pin there as it stays up. Do I like chicken tenders? No. I don't eat fried foods, so I definitely don't like chicken tenders. And unfortunately, I do not have 300s. I own 300. I only have a 299. Unfortunately, I didn't get it done on the last one. Left a 4-pin on the last shot. I don't bowl a lot of games, though, so not very many opportunities to shoot that. Am I a vegetarian? You must be crazy if you don't like fries. No, I'm not a vegetarian. I just decided after the Masters last year that I was just going to, on a whim, stop eating fried foods. And so haven't had any since February. So, I mean, I guess I should clarify that. I don't eat French fries or fried chicken or chicken tenders, fried shrimp, stuff like that. You know, like chips, those are okay occasionally. You know, stuff like that. But it's very rare that I'll eat fried foods. I also don't drink soda. I haven't had a soda in over 4 years. Don't miss it either. And Robbie says, are you enjoying the barrage of questions? I think it's kind of funny. You guys are so curious about me. I'm not that interesting, guys. I'm just calling the action. But it's the last frame of the night, so, you know. You must lose a lot of weight if you stopped eating fried foods. Yeah, actually, I think I've lost about 25 pounds this year since I stopped eating fried foods. It's amazing what it does to your body. Those fried foods are not good for you. Lucas, why aren't you bowling this tournament? Quite honestly, I'm not good enough. I don't practice, and I don't know that I could bowl 28 games in 4 days. That's a lot of games for somebody who doesn't bowl very much. You know, I'm kind of at this point in my life about a 3-game-a-week bowler, and don't necessarily even bowl every week with the travel. So I bowl more recreationally than anything these days. Shannon Blahowski looking to close things out with a 259 game here today. Update after 6 games. Danielle McEwen in the lead, 1398. Shannon Blahowski in second at 1380. Brittany Hamilton third, 1348. Liz Johnson and Jacqueline Carbonetto tied at 1344 for 4th place. If those standings held true and stayed the way they are right now, Liz Johnson would be in the lead with 8 total points. Liz Blahowski strikes again. Danielle McEwen would have 11 points. Josie Ernest would have 35 points. Blahowski fills it up in the 10th frame for 259. She was 18 pins behind Danielle McEwen for high for the day, so McEwen off to our left here. Just missed a 10 pin, so it looks like Shannon Blahowski is going to take top honors for the day. Yeah, McEwen can't get there. She can only shoot 217 this game, so Shannon Blahowski going to be our leader for the day, earn that $500 bonus. Yeah, so it looks like Liz Johnson more than likely going to maintain that spot atop the standings. As we are now done for the day, take a look at the scoreboard for you to see our final scores on our featured pair. So it looks like Liz Johnson will still be the overall leader. 3rd consecutive day she's been there. Guys, I appreciate you tuning in. Really appreciate it. It's been a real blast spending the last 3 days with you, and we have one more day of coverage for you here on Bowl TV. So thanks again for tuning in. And we are going to see you bright and early tomorrow morning here live on Bowl TV, 8 a.m. Pacific time, 11 a.m. Eastern. Back here again. Thanks again for joining us. That's all for now. I'm Lucas Wiseman. See you tomorrow morning.